was an option, but it would have made more sense to present to court a complete picture that these people are an enterprise, in fact. So we had overwhelming evidence of those people, but if you were to charge them, the advantage of charging with racketeering is that there's no misjoinder. So number 1 and 3 can be involved in count 1, and then number 1 and 5 and 7 involved in count 2, and then as long as there are at least 2 offenses that each individual has committed in terms of Schedule 1 offenses, then there's no misjoinder. But if you are not to follow the racketeering way, then you would end up having 3 or 4 different trials,
that was
depending on which suspects or accused are implicated.
Did you and your team anticipate that the court would strike the matter off the roll because you were waiting for the racketeering matter or the racketeering certificate?
No, we did not anticipate, because the case was only on the roll from February until November. So it was not even a year old. And then we had...
a year is a very long time, but...
but we had compelling reasons why, because we had just been able to download the cell phone. So...
Were you surprised?
I was shocked. I was shocked of those allegations, because it was people who were regarded as in public as corruption bastards. They are going.
And who was so it was before the High Court, obviously, the case. So who was the judge that struck it off the roll?
Or it was a magistrate, not a judge.
Magistrate level,
yeah. I can't remember, but on the record of the magistrate court.
I will ask our evidence leaders to look into that. So do you think that you and your team at the NPA made the decision that you took to wait to add the racketeering charges? Well, I guess you're saying that you didn't anticipate that the magistrate was going to strike it off the roll.
Yes.
Was it in the best interest of justice? Because here we are right now. And if we didn't even have this committee, I'm sure that case would have just been collecting dust somewhere.
Yes. What is best is what the acting DPP now has decided, that the matter is now going to be given to an advocate who will relook at the charges now.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
So we will follow up on that on our side. So let's talk about this case that Sarah Jane Trent opened for kidnapping. So you've been in the space of prosecuting and in the NPA holding very senior positions. So her case, I just need clarity. You said a non-prosecutorial, what is it? Non-prosecutorial certificate was issued when she opened a case that she was kidnapped.
Yes, a nolle prosecute certificate,
yes.
a decline to prosecute.
Yes, decline to prosecute.
Yes.
Okay, so is this something common that you see? Do you see it, and this is obviously your opinion in the legal space, that it was intentionally done, if indeed it didn't happen, so it can be used as a way of making sure that her phone messages do not enter evidence?
Yes, it was designed to do that, but I've seen in my experience, accused persons and suspects will do anything. They can even say that they were assaulted, and then the open cases only to find later that they were never assaulted. So they sometimes they are assaulted. So these things
But
happen.
you know
So
where they learn from? They learn from the top-ranking officials in our criminal justice system, because that's all we've seen here, is all these senior leaders that are leading in our criminal justice system, from SAPS to NPA. All they do is open cases and write statutory declarations against each other. But I'm going to push you, yes, because you see that chair of ours is a time thing. So the question on if the committee writes to the NPA, now we want to have access to all those messages of Sarah Jane Trent, because she's gone through hell or high water, sending even us emails with lawyers' letters, etc., saying that those messages must not be before this committee. What reasons can the NPA or SAPS, because SAPS obviously they collected it, so they did the investigation. You have the docket there at the NPA. What reasons, legal or procedural reasons, could they give us not to have access to all those messages, even if we decide as a committee, or we make a decision as a committee that they will be confidential and we will not release them?
Yes, obviously, when we're looking at the interests of the upcoming criminal trial, the NPA will look at the issue of confidentiality, whether if those are disclosed, there will be the confidentiality, which would lead to the integrity of the information can be ascertained. But other than information that would be in the charge sheet, because the charge sheet is a public document. So facts that are alleged in the charge sheet or the indictment, it's something that can be shared. But I think in terms of the information itself, the NPA might want to have the information tested first in a trial, within a trial at the criminal, in a criminal court before they would accede.
So you anticipating that the first thing will be that they will question the evidence. Okay, let's go quickly to the issue that you say in paragraph, I think it's paragraph 51, that Northwest, the Major General who was the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Major General Mabula.
Mabula, yes.
Why was he investigating the matter and not someone in Gauteng? Did you ever ask that question?
No, the information that I was given was that because it is the National Commissioner who is involved and who is based here in Gauteng in terms of residence, if they get investigators from out of Gauteng, it would give some form of objectivity to the investigation.
Because we had Lieutenant General Kamalo here, and he said under oath that Gauteng SAPS is corrupt. I think he even went as far to say there is no, we'd be lucky if there's 1% of our SAPS members there that are not corrupt. Do you think that might have also been one of the reasons why the National Commissioner, because you're saying it was the National Commissioner that gave instructions, because he also came here and said that he referred the matter to Northwest to do the investigation. Is that something that happens regularly in your experience at the NPA, especially on such matters?
I am not aware, because matters that are referred to us as the NPA, well, at the DPP, we have not experienced such a form of corruption or interference. Yeah.
So the question was, is that has it happened, or does it happen often that you can get a case where another province is investigating a matter that should have been investigated, for example, here in Gauteng?
I think I have never met something
But it was a unique situation.
like that arrangement. No, I have never met that. But we don't have a right to question us as NPA. Documents are referred to us.
Yeah, no.
Then we
No, I
are
was just
formed.
asking, in your experience, do you know it, not whether
No.
you had power to decide who and whatever it is. It
Yeah,
was
no.
just to get your experience in doing that. Do you know who was the Deputy Provincial Commissioner in Gauteng during this period when Paul O'Sullivan and Sarah Trent seemed to be running amok in our criminal justice system?
No.
You don't know, and I think
can't-
our evidence leaders must be able to get that information. And I asked that at the back of the fact that Lieutenant General Kamalo said that Gauteng was corrupt. So we must work out who are the leaders. And also Lieutenant General Mosikile that was here yesterday. She and that Paul O'Sullivan, she gave under testimony that he would come and drop off dossiers in her office, etc. So he was doing a lot of forensic investigations, according to her, and bringing that information to Gauteng without vetting him, not even knowing if he's even
Angazita,
forensic
your time-
justice.
your
Thank you.
time-
I want my 15 minutes now. Chair. Sorry. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Advocate.
Good afternoon,
Mashugu.
Honorable.
Camille Drift case. Who is the complainant in this case?
The complainant is General Mabula, because he's the one who opened a case after the threat assessment. Then he registered the case and investigated it. So General Khomotso Patlane became a witness as an A2. So General Mabula is A1, General Patlane A2.
This is the same case that was handed to you eventually.
Yes.
No. The Patlane case, I take it that Paul O'Sullivan is actually a complainant. Is he
Yes.
alone or a group of them?
Yes, he's the complainant.
Okay. Is it standard operating procedure that complainants can actually become lead investigators in their own cases?
It is not, and especially taking into consideration the sections that I have read out of the IPIT Act that specifically say that at paragraph 30 or 31, I say there that Section 2D of IPIT Act provides for the object of this act, which is being to provide for independent and impartial investigation of identified criminal offenses allegedly committed by members of the SAPS. And at paragraph 33(2) provides that any member of the directorate who willfully discloses information in circumstances in which he or she knows or could reasonably be expected to know that such a disclosure will or may prejudicially affect the exercise or the performance by the directorate of the powers and functions is guilty of an offense.
Would you say then, therefore, in the light of the legislation that you have actually just alluded to now, that the actions of Mr. O'Sullivan in leading the investigation in his own case in full knowledge of the IP was deliberate?
it was deliberate, it was conscious, but he had to do his part in terms of showing General Patlani that I can do what I promised you to do, number one, and then I can get you dismissed or suspended.
In paragraph 131, the Patlane, the anti-Patlane group, you are actually saying that, in your opinion, there was evidence of a sustained, continuous, unlawful campaign to target General Patlane and other victims.
Yes.
Why is this?
There was a continuous disclosure. Whatever was investigated with a person like Trent and O'Sullivan, who were supposed to be part of the investigation. When applications for 205, Section 205 were made, they were made by them. When the IPID only took those 205s so that the magistrate can sign them and then send them to the service provider. The bank statements, the cell phone records, they were received by the same individuals who then just emailed them to O'Sullivan and Trent. So this was continuous up until they were arrested.
Would you actually also conclude that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and Mr. McBride and others were part of this group, the
Yes.
anti-Patlane task team?
Yes, in fact, I describe them as the persons who managed the affairs of the enterprise, because you have to differentiate in terms of Section 21E of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act. You have to differentiate as to who is participating in the racketeering activities and who is managing the enterprise. So McBride, Trent, and O'Sullivan were identified as the persons who were managing the affairs of the enterprise.
Well, in fact, your statement is corroborated by the statement made here by Mr. Nkabinde, because
Yes.
Mr. Nkabinde also made such an assertion that Mr. McBride and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan were part of the Patlane task team.
Yes.
Together with him, Nkabinde himself.
Yes, together with Nkabinde.
There is somewhere where you made mention of former Minister Mr. Nhlanhla's statement, having you obtained a statement from former Minister Nhlanhla.
Yes, after we discovered that his credit record was also obtained unlawfully by Sarah Jane Trent on the instruction of McBride, who gave Sarah Jane Trent the ID number of Minister Nhlanhla. Then I instructed the police to approach Minister Nhlanhla and obtain his statement, and that was done.
Yeah, in paragraph 92, where your matter which you had worked so hard to actually collect and collate evidence for, was struck off the roll. What would be the legal basis for doing that?
It will be for the unreasonable delay. So I tried to argue against it that there was no unreasonable delay. We have concrete reasons why there was a delay, but it was not unreasonable. But the magistrate did not agree with me, and I had to live with the fact that the magistrate did not agree with me, and then try to address the reasons for the delay and try to get the indictment completed and the prosecution memorandum so that we can apply from the NDPP for the racketeering certificate, but there were some challenges in regard to that.
In your opinion, Advocate, why would Paul O'Sullivan and Mr. McBride work so hard to ensure that General Pahlane actually ends up in jail? Why was that? Why is that?
I watched, I think at some stage, there was evidence before this honorable court. I just don't remember who gave that evidence that there was an encounter between McBride and General Pahlane at his estate whilst McBride was still under suspension, where he wanted him to be on their side. And then General Pahlane, I think, did not accede to that. And then there was another instance where General Pahlane had experienced an attempted robbery. Now, McBride told Sarah Jane Trent to post a YouTube video which in which it was suggested that General Pahlane was hiding behind a sofa. So Sarah posted with the YouTube on her name, only to discover later that it was on her name. Then she rushed and deleted that YouTube video and posted it under a pseudonym. So what I think was happening is that they wanted him to be part of their group that would consist of all the criminal justice system individuals who are grouped together and who are carrying out their own objectives. But Pahlane refused, and then he was supposed to be dismissed or whatever. And it also appears from their own communications that they wanted to ensure that Pahlane is removed.
Yeah, in paragraph 110, you actually say emphatically that the objective facts set out in your affidavit, and in particular the evidence, if I were to quote what you are saying, emanating from O'Sullivan and Trent, clearly demonstrate that IPID, to the contrary, was captured by O'Sullivan and Trent. Do you still stand by this?
I still stand by
Okay,
this.
thank you. Paragraph 118. Do you believe that your actions, that of signing of a warrant of arrest for Paul O'Sullivan, was in contempt of High Court order?
Not at all. First of all, the order that was made in favor of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan did not amend the law passed by the Parliament, the Criminal Procedure Act. So the Criminal Procedure Act empowered the prosecutor and the magistrate to be involved in the signing of a warrant of arrest. So, the court order did not interdict or prohibit the NPA prosecutor from signing the search warrant. What it did was, after the police gets the warrant of arrest, they must now give Mr. O'Sullivan 48 hours notice, but it did not prohibit the signing of a warrant of arrest.
So why would the Democratic Alliance, through its spokesperson, Advocate Honorable Klinis Bredenbach, chastise you of actually blatantly in contempt of court?
I don't know whether it was pure politics or an error in understanding that this order did not prohibit me from signing the search warrant. Maybe it was just an error on her part.
My last question has to do with the braai, which was actually organized. And Mr. Gabinde, when seated where you are seated, actually also said that that was not a braai. It was in fact a meeting called ostensibly to concoct, things against General Pathan. And when Mr. O'Sullivan was here, he said, "Oh, that's rubbish. It was actually the book launch." So in your own understanding, what was it? Was it a book launch, a meeting, or a braai?
Objectively speaking.
Thank you so much. You will respond to that question during the chairperson's time. The time of the member has ended. It's now the 30 minutes for Honorable Sol start now.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate Mashugu, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Sol.
This part is going to be very important because listening to you, it seems like you are going to give me a whole picture of Mr. O'Sullivan. Our engagement is going to be around me trying to understand the holes and how deep the holes of corruption goes. So I'm going to ask you some clarity questions based on your statement. And then we've also just received a few, I think about an hour or so ago, affidavit from Mr. Nhlanhla. So I'm also going to ask some clarity questions around that. Okay?
Okay.
So let's confirm, you testified that you had to get permission to provide this affidavit. And this is the affidavit that you also provided in the Zondo Commission. I just want to make sure, is the one that we have before us the exact same affidavit that you submitted to Zondo?
No, it is similar in certain respects because I was addressing different issues. So it's not entirely similar. In the Zondo Commission, I was responding to the allegations of Mr. McBride that says that, amongst others, I was one of the core groups of NPA advocates who are captured and who target people with fake cases. So I had to prove in my affidavit there otherwise. So here I've just been invited by this honorable committee to assist the committee with information regarding the investigations or allegations relating to what I have already described in my affidavit.
Yes, including why you decided that you should lay charges. What were the reasons? That's part of why you are here, right? To tell us what made you decide. And one of the elements is the security breach at General Patlane's house, correct?
Okay, yes, why I preferred charges against the accused. Not why I laid charges. Remember,
I mean,
I did
preferred,
not lay
that's what-
charges.
You must
preferred
forgive me
charges.
because you are the advocate. I'm a
Yes.
layman.
Yes, I
So
what
when I
wanted
say lay the charges,
yes,
I mean use the word preferred the charges, and I know that you were not leading, you were guiding.
yes.
I'm still learning the difference, but
No,
be patient with me.
I just wanted it to come correct in the record.
All right.
Thank you.
So preferred charges. So you
Yes.
agree that one of the reasons why you are here also is to testify on why you preferred charges. And one of the reasons why you preferred is the security breach at General Patlane's home, correct?
No,
No?
no.
Okay.
Remember, the security breach happened first,
Mm.
and there was an analysis. Thereafter, an investigations, a docket was opened where investigations were made. After those investigations, the docket was now sent to the DPP office for a decision. Then the deputy director then allocated the docket to a senior state advocate to consider. And then that senior state advocate, after some time, resigned. Then that's where now I came into the picture. The matter was reallocated to me. Then I studied it. I saw that there were some few investigations to make, and then thereafter I could say that they can make.
But,
yeah,
you mu- you
they
must-
can be charged.
Okay, you must help me now because the core of the whole thing is on that day where the allegation is also that Paul O'Sullivan and others portrayed themselves to be IPID officials. And this is when the security breach happened, not?
Yes, this is when the security breach happened.
So would you-
but now the docket, for the docket to be in the DPP office referred to there was an investigation of that security breach where statements were obtained which substantiated that security breach in terms of statements, in terms of witnesses saying that we were told that whoever is an IPID member, they acted as IPID members, all that information in the docket then was brought to the DPP where we took a decision.
So then it was part of your consideration.
What was part of my consideration?
The security breach. It's all together, it's all one event.
Yes, but if it was only a security breach,
No, I didn't say only, I meant one of the elements that impacted your consideration.
yes, one of the consideration, yes.
Yes, and that's why I was shocked when you said no.
Yes, but remember, security breach on its own is not
No,
a
no, no.
charge. I could not have taken the decision based on the security breach alone, but the offenses which happened.
That's not what I meant.
Okay, if you don't mean,
I didn't mean it's you separated and made and did a charge on.
okay,
I mean the contributing factors that you considered that caused you to prefer the two charge.
I understand.
All of these things added up together.
Yes,
So the security breach was one of them.
yes,
The reason why I'm asking is because I'm getting to, when I compared your Zondo Commission affidavit and this one, Section 74 in your Zondo Commission affidavit speaks to the report that was done for the security breach. In 74, you say that the report by crime intelligence does not speak anything about the security breach. Then in paragraph 84, 82, you then say you never had sight of the report in your Zondo affidavit. That's the portion you left out on the one for us on page 32.
yes. I left out information that is not relevant for
Now,
purposes.
I feel this is relevant, so I'm trying to push you towards that to say, I consider this relevant, especially the fact that in the Zondo affidavit, you say, Section 74, there's no mention of the security, of whether or not there's a security breach or there was a security breach. Then in 82 of the same document, you say you didn't have sight of the report
Of the report of security breach.
that was done by CI.
Yes.
So
If
now
you-
my question is, if you haven't had sight of the report, how do you know what was mentioned or not?
Well, I would have to get that Zondo affidavit because I did not study it in detail. In fact, I just used it to amend it so that it can fit the purpose for this.
That's my point. So if you
Yes.
amended it, then it means when you came to section 74 and 82, you chose to leave them out.
Of this affidavit or of the Zondo affidavit.
The one you gave to us doesn't have 74.
Yes,
It doesn't have 74.4.
it cannot have all the
I
all the
understand.
paragraphs because I was addressing different
I'm showing you,
objects. Yes.
one, I'm showing you that it's related.
Yes.
Two, I'm showing you that you chose not to put it in this report.
Yes. If you can show me
No,
the paragraphs that you are speaking about in the Zondo.
you should
Commission.
know because you left it out. You chose, I'm not gonna put this part in.
Well,
So you should know.
so how would I know what I left out? You have to show me that Zondo Commission paragraph that you said I've left out so that I can look at it.
This is how you would know. You took your Zondo affidavit, you say you only used it to amend,
Yes.
and then you chose what to give to us.
Yes.
So when you leave out 74 and 82, you chose, I'm not gonna put this one that's here in here. You chose that, so I don't need to show you that. However, you can go back to your Zondo.
That's an amendment. That is why I'm saying
That
if
you
you want to ask me about what is in my Zondo affidavit, you can put it in front of me so that I can.
No, sir, I don't need to
Answer.
put it in front of you. I'm showing you that you have left it out. But
Yes.
you can,
I agree. I left some.
so you should know what it
out.
says.
Yes.
So you should know what it says.
How can I know if you don't put it in front of me so that I can compare that in
You're-
this
you already-
affidavit, I left this, It is
Okay,
here
General.
in this affidavit.
Okay, advocate, we'll move on, but you already compared. That's the point. By choosing not to include it, you drew a comparison. But there was a reason why I asked that. Mr. Hlangwani, in his affidavit that was sent to us on the group, he alleges on the appeal, he alleges that he did not receive notice from you of the appeal. Is that true?
Partly true. He might not have, he did not receive a notice from me, but he could not have received the notice from me when I had resigned by then.
Yes, but you can't have an appeal without giving notice. That's in terms of Rule 42(1)(a).
What I'm saying is, when I have resigned, it means that there is a colleague, a former colleague, who is taking over the matter, who is the one who would serve notices.
Yeah, but
on one.
you the one who is challenging his acquittal.
The DPP, remember, I have already explained many times that we do what
Just
we are
because
doing.
of time, advocate, let's
We are doing what we are doing in the name of the DPP. So it does not mean that Mashugu took the decision. If Mashugu is not there, another advocate is
Yes,
nominated to
yes, but
proceed with the process.
Mashugu instituted it. You see, Mashugu instituted it in the name of the institution, but you instituted it.
Yes,
Yes.
the DPP office instituted. Yes.
Did you go to the appeal?
How can I go to the appeal when
I'm
not-
finding out, did you go to the appeal?
No, I had already left. So my colleague, my former colleague there,
So
is the one who would have attended.
So
that
then
appeal.
would you know whether or not the decision was upheld?
There is a case law. It was reported in, I think, in Safli.
Yeah, I saw it.
What happened? Yeah.
So it was upheld.
Yes, the appeal was upheld.
Yes, he's still acquitted. Do you know why?
Because apparently a rescission was lodged.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the basis of upholding it was Rule 42(1)(a) of the High Court rules, the
Yeah.
uniform rules, that he did not receive notice.
Yes,
And that's what I'm trying to say to you.
yes, I heard of that.
All right, so you agree.
Yes,
Hlangwani then also alleges that General Pahlane signed off on investigation orders where he was a complainant on the January 16, 2017. Is this true?
January 16, 27. I don't know even what you are talking about. I don't have knowledge of that.
In the case that you were investigating, that you were dealing with here, he alleges that General Pahlane would sign off investigation orders on the 16th of January 2017.
I'm not aware of that, and I'm not even aware what the investigation orders are.
When you order for something to be investigated, if you give authority for it to be done, but you are saying you have no knowledge of it.
No. My responsibility was to guide investigations, which I did.
You see, the allegation that you made that Paul O'Sullivan was basically investigating his own case. Hlangwani is making the same assertion to say that General Pahlane was signing off on things that he's a complainant in. That's the point. And you are the one who guided the investigation.
Yes,
Now that's the point. Are you saying you have no knowledge of it?
I have no knowledge of that. Yes.
All right. Are you saying for a fact that Paul O'Sullivan has captured iPad
Yes,
for a fact?
yes.
How does he do it? Give us a quick idea. How does he do it?
Okay. He paid for the legal fees of McBride.
Yeah.
And then when McBride got reappointed
Yeah.
at IPID, O'Sullivan was involved in leading IPID investigators, doing the Section 205s, receiving the information that in contravention of the IPID, the sections, relevant sections that I have already read out of the IPID Act.
Am I understanding you correctly when you say the modus operandi is he writes an email to General Pahlane, he threatens him because of what he wants General Pahlane to do for General Moon or Monsoon, what's the name?
Munu, yes.
And if he doesn't do it, then he's going to go after General Pahlane.
Yes.
Then, if General Pahlane doesn't respond, then he uses his contact in IPID to then fulfill this threat that he makes.
Yes.
So he then goes to the house to prove that I'll do what I said I will do in the email.
Yes.
And in this way, he's hoping that it forces General Pahlane to deal with General Musun.
Yes, because every step of the investigation that were carried out, most of the steps he would leak information to Patlane and send him an email and threaten him further and show him that we've got this and this evidence. We've got statement from who and who.
And we know this for a fact that that is the modus operandi, because when he left the sitting the other day, he screamed to my colleague, sort out your loan. And the next day, the whole papers was full. So the question is, how did he know?
Yes, yes.
Where does he get access?
Yes, that's the concern, because we have a person who does not is not even vetted, accessing confidential information. We don't know what other secrets of the state he has accessed up to now. We don't know.
What I want to understand so that we can deal with it tomorrow is that, are you saying that this excess of information that he has, which he's not supposed to have, confidential information, is the thing he uses as leverage to control whoever he wants to control, especially those in the senior or top brass? So he gets secrets about you, he will then threaten you with it, and if you listen to him, he then tells you as a senior police official who to deal with for as long as he has these secret information on you. Is that what you're saying? His leverage is access to private information, uses that as leverage, and then controls generals and officials, senior police officials, to then do what he says when it comes to who he's targeting.
I think that is his modus operandi, taking into consideration how or the conduct, his conduct that appear from the downloads. First of all, there was an instance where the driver of General Patlane, Alvin Dupré, was not cooperating with them in terms of them wanting him to include certain allegations against General Patlane. Now, when he had refused, his ID number was leaked to Sergeant Trent, and it was said, get something strange in his credit report. So they were obviously using the information that they have obtained as leverage against some people.
Does he have private dirt on all senior police officials?
I'm not, I'm not.
Because
not
if that's how he
certain.
controls them,
Yes, yes.
then that's
I
the
agree.
access to capture. If the answer is yes, does that mean almost all of our senior top SEPS officials, generals, has dirt that only Paul O'Sullivan knows?
Yes, that is a likelihood, but what I can attest to is that that is his modus operandi. He gets dead against you, then may use it as leverage against you. That is what was shown.
What I'm trying to get at, if we look at it from the other way, if we have generals and senior COP officials who's not corrupt, Paul O'Sullivan has no leverage.
Yes,
Paul O'Sullivan has leverage because senior cops, SEPS officials are corrupt.
yes. What I can say is, if you are corrupt, he won't have leverage. If you are not corrupt, he won't have leverage against you. But if there's something that he can use against you, he will definitely use it against you. So he doesn't care about the rules. He just goes out and obtain information unlawfully as he wishes, because you can see how easily he accessed credit information records of people and didn't see that as wrong. He said, no, I'm allowed to do that. No lawful reason that he gave.
And I'm sure that's what gives him God's status in his mind, because he's all knowing on everybody's private issues.
Yes, and I mean, he's everything that you can think of. On one of his statements that he shared, I don't know whether it is with Patlani or me, he annexed that statement as an A1, where he alleges to be an engineer. Then I later learned, when I was following, after hours, when I was following this committee, that he did not have any qualifications relating to most of the things that he. Then I was asking myself, how is he a prof? He even said he's a professional engineer. So,
Advocate, would you agree with me? The only way for us to remove that God status, fake God status from Paul O'Sullivan, is when our generals and our senior officials stops being corrupt.
I think you are accurate on that one.
I thank you, Chair. Oh, and I thank you, Advocate.
Thank you so much, Honorable Souls.
Are you not thanking the chairperson for being benevolent?
I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Honorable Vessels, your time starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening, Advocate Chucha.
Good evening, Honorable Vessels.
Let me start off where Honorable Souls also touched on it. There's the allegation that you took instruction from senior police officers whilst you were prosecutor, and that you acted on instructions of those senior police managers or senior police management to drive certain agendas for them. What's your comment on those allegations?
If it is in relation to this Camille Drift matter, I have already set out the way the matter was allocated to me. I did not have anything to do with this matter. My supervisor by then, Mr. Nemarani, whilst I was at the organized crime unit, allocated it to a different person. In fact, I was in a different unit, the General Prosecutions Unit by then. He allocated it to Advocate Geyser. And then Advocate Geyser, in due course, resigned. And then, because of the pressure at organized crime unit, the advocates there were overburdened with work. So Advocate Nemarani approached the DPP, Advocate Mzinyati,
Yeah,
and that's how the matter was allocated to me.
thank you, Advocate. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of time, but you never acted on any instruction from police.
It is ridiculous to say that, because an advocate acts together with the deputy director. So if there is any wrong thing, the deputy director would immediately see that there's something wrong here.
Did you, in your tenure, prosecute a lot of cases against police officials
Yes,
and against IPID investigators, officials?
it was the first time that I prosecuted a case against IP official. That was the first time.
Was it the last time?
That was the last time, yes.
Did you not prosecute or start prosecution against Raymond Mabaza?
Raymond Mabaza, I think that name rings a bell.
You can't
It was
recall.
Raymond.
I think
Yeah,
it was
Raymond
just
Mabaza.
before your resignation. And after your resignation, the case was withdrawn by the then appointed prosecutor because of a lack of evidence. You don't recall that case?
Raymond, I recall the person Raymond Mabaza, but I don't know whether was he an IP officer?
He was a private
Okay,
official,
yes.
yeah. Okay.
But I know there's an accused by the name of Raymond Mabaza that I prosecuted.
Okay. And there was nothing strange with that case at all? No undue influence or?
No, I'm just trying to think the facts in that. Oh no, was he the one with other co-accused where
Something with the Ponzi scheme.
where Zimbabweans were involved and he extorted.
Allegedly.
Yeah, he allegedly extorted those Zimbabweans, and then there was he arrested those Zimbabweans and kept them in the cell.
35,000 rand.
Yes,
allegedly
yes, I remember it.
arrested by the Hawks, but then there was no evidence then later, apparently.
I do not know the outcome of the case.
Right. I'm covered on the fraud allegations. I think you explained that quite well. And I'm also covered on General Mkhwanazi's involvement in the investigation. You say that you do not know if he was involved in the investigation.
No, I do not know.
Okay. One last question. You now spoke on Paul O'Sullivan, and I think the Honourable Souls asked you in detail with regards to his modus operandi and so forth. But is there any possibility that his means that his means are wrong, but that his ends, his motive might be proper? But might it be that there is truth in some of the allegations that he makes.
Okay. I do not want to unnecessarily encroach on
The case, yeah.
on the cases against General
Patlani,
Patlani,
yeah.
especially when I don't know the contents of that case. But what I can say is that Paul is prone to making wild allegations without proof. If you look at the house, he said the house is 4 million, then 6 million, then 8 million, then 10 million. We all saw it in the news. And then if you, only to find that he did not do his homework, they had to fraudulently get a search warrant to go to General Patlani's house as if they are going to search for the sound system. But in their communications, they said they looked at the whole house. After that search, they communicate later and said, did you see the aircons, the finishing, and the what? So they were looking for that. So, and also the issue about the sound system. He says the suppliers bought an 80,000 sound system for General Patlani, which was not true. So when
So might it be that corruption is like sardines? When it's sardine season, if you throw out a net, you will catch a sardine. Wild allegations, but somewhere there will be some truth.
yeah, probably it could have been like that.
Thank you very much.
But the constitutional rights of
Correct.
people matter too.
Absolutely, and the natural justice as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
you're welcome.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Advocate. You are actually helping us prepare for those 2 musketeers that's appearing before us tomorrow. So we appreciate your testimony here before us. Ek gaan sommer met die deur in die huis inval. I'm gonna ask you, is Paul O'Sullivan a double agent? Like as in good cop, bad cop, does he play both sides? You've investigated him. What's your take on that?
I've just investigated him in this matter of Camille Drift. So you remember when I investigated him, it was for a complaint that was made by General Patlani. So I am not able to give a general picture as to whether he would be a double agent, only on the basis of one investigation that I carried out.
Would you say, so you won't be able to tell me if he's part of a drug syndicate? If he has affiliations into drug syndicates, drug cartels?
No, I cannot be able to say that because the only issue that I raised was that 3rd December 2016 meeting where I think one of the honorable members said it's related somehow to Jacob Naro, who is who might be related to drugs with crash share or what, but I don't have that
You don't have evidence?
information. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Does Paul O'Sullivan, based on what we've heard, benefit from state seized goods and property? Because that's the pattern I'm beginning to pick up here, because he bought the Kretschner home, right, which was seized by the state. And also there was a threat to Patlani's accommodation, saying to him it will be auctioned and he will buy it.
Yes, yes. And then there's all, what I remember is there's an email. I think it was read out where he said he got donations of 20 million or some sort of pledges to an amount of 20 million.
Donations for what? 20 million for what? Because when he appeared before us, he said he never ever received any money for all the good work that he's been doing
Yeah,
over the 36 years.
on the Patlani on the Patlane emails, he sent Patlane an email referring to a donation or pledge of 20 million that he had got.
For what was that donation, do you know?
He did not explain for what.
Do you think that this could be part of the modus operandi
Yeah,
in terms of buying and benefiting from properties that the state has seized, with its property, with its goods?
I'm not sure of that, Honorable.
Are you familiar with the Code of Conduct for Security Service Providers 2003? You familiar with that?
Yes,
Okay, section 15 in particular, which talks to state interference. Okay.
yes.
Why was this not added to your charge sheet?
We did investigate that. In fact, Sira also wanted to investigate and charge Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, because at some stage he had registered with Sira as a security provider, as far as I can remember. So Sira says that provides that even if you are not a member of Sira, but if you provide a security service, then they can have jurisdiction over you and charge you. So the investigation was referred to Sira, and I know at some stage I was contacted by an official from Sira regarding that investigation. So I don't know what happened.
That was actually going to be my next question, if Sira actually opened up a case against him. Because when Mr. Paul O'Sullivan appeared before this committee, he came here with evidence and he gave testimony alleging that he has investigated, and even today, senior SAPS officials, which he had absolutely no right to do. He should have been arrested, according to the section 15, that says, may not perform any act which interferes or hinders, obstructs a security service or an organ of state in performing any function. He is guilty, he has been interfering. May not advise, he has been advising. May not undertake or assist in the entrapment of any person. That's what he's been doing. May not concede facts regarding commission of an offense from a security service or any organ of state. That's what he's been doing. May not employ a corrupt, illegal, or unlawful method or technique, or use unlawful threats, intimidation, misrepresentation. That is everything. Here we have regulation telling us what Mr. Paul O'Sullivan cannot do. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has even come before this committee and told us that he used his own tools of trade to assist IPID, which Mr. McBride said it was needed because IPID didn't have those tools of trade. And here we have regulations saying that he's not allowed to do it, that we can actually charge him.
Yes, we can.
That he was never meant to investigate any senior SAPS official. We can charge him.
Yes, we took.
Including Jackie Salebi, including Patlani, including every time he opened up his mouth, he wasn't even supposed to have an opportunity, a platform before this committee to present all of those cases. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
So am I correct in saying that Mr. McBride has, at this point in time, Robert McBride has absolutely no business even working for another state organ, because he facilitated this and he enabled this?
What I can say, or the extent that I can go, is that this evidence proves that they acted wrongfully. But as to whether you can be involved in an organ of state, someone else has to make that call. I cannot.
Yeah, don't be scared to say someone has to. He cannot perform.
Indeed, the conduct is egregious.
So Basically, what you are saying to us today is what we have been saying all along is the fact that bottom line is here you have regulation that proves that these two musketeers had absolutely no business. They even had no business getting a reward, which some of the members were justifying.
Honorable James, may we please, you and I, refrain from using the word musketeers?
Okay, I withdraw, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So basically, what can I call them?
The witnesses that will be before us tomorrow.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to get my trail of thought back now, Chair. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and Sarah J. Trent had absolutely no business in doing any investigations,
Yes,
and they should be charged.
they should be
And
charged.
basically that this charge should have been added to their charge sheet.
Sarah also has got, because it refers to misconduct, has got jurisdiction to charge them with misconduct in relation to that. But I charged them with a contravention of section 33(5) and 33(2), those IPIT contraventions in over and above the corruption sections that I charged them with.
My last question, I should have asked for 15 minutes. My last question, Advocate, was Ms. Trent's phone taken abroad to be downloaded? There's a story of her phone was taken to Israel to be downloaded.
I have given you 15 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Chair. You're so kind.
Yes, after it was seized,
Yeah.
then there's a company which I was informed that there's a company called Celebrite, which has a contract with SAPS. So the SAPS use it to like situations where they have to download the phones. So
Where's this company based? Sorry to interject. Is it based in Israel?
yes, it is based in Israel.
So the phone actually went to Israel.
Yes, for unlocking. Then it came back and then they downloaded it here in South Africa.
So we don't have service providers in South Africa to unlock an iPhone.
Apparently, yeah, they were not, they did not have it at that stage.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Bangazita, may you please finish that part which you wanted to conclude with the witness.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to mobilize my thought and also to remember what was involved in that question. Chair,
Let me take Honorable Nhlanhla as you,
let me,
as you
I will
reorganize
raise
the-
my hand when
Ah.
I'm ready, Chair.
No, Chair, just a quick thingy. I think the correct statement in relation to the unlocking of the iPhone in Israel for the record should be, there was no way of unlocking the iPhone in South Africa at that particular time, because the status may have changed by now. So I think just I wanted to register that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mnango. Honorable Mnango, your microphone is off. Can you switch it on?
I'm trying to remember, Honorable Chairperson. But all the same, I actually would like to to know, excuse me, from the advocate whether he's aware that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan actually is a citizen of 3 countries, Ireland, England, and South Africa,
Even 30 minutes.
and that he is in possession of 3 passports. And why we are alarmed with this court order, which actually says that he must be given 48 hours before he is arrested. And we are concerned because if this man is a citizen of 3 countries and cannot be arrested on the spot when he commits a crime, and that was a convenient order to give him an opportunity to actually skip the country to avoid arrest. So that is why I would really love to see, you know, justice being done insofar as actually investigating this kind of order. What exactly was it trying to achieve? I wonder if you can comment on that.
Yes, I would agree with you that it makes our processes difficult because at that time the police had arrested him, and using section 23(1)(a), they had seized his phone and downloaded it, and then he was released. So they had to abandon all that evidence, and that would have linked him to serious allegations. So the only way to go about this is to make an application for a rescission of that court order. So I don't know why it was not proceeded with, because it was a settlement order, but I don't think it would be in the interest of justice that it be left unchallenged and without being rescinded.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My last take would be to make a plea that I'm very much aware of the time constraint under which this committee is operating, but I feel that would be actually failing our duty if we did not actually call in IPID to come and actually clarify some of the things that actually have been said here. Not only from the advocate only, but a lot of other people have said things about IPID.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The committee will make that decision whether we want to compile written questions. We will have to look at the time that we still have and make a decision. I see, Honorable Skosana, you are being triggered. Before you do what you want to do, let me address you. All these honorable members have accepted 15 minutes. And you were the first one to flatly reject. You used the word, I reject 15 minutes. And the chair, being the benevolent chair that everyone knows, said those who request their 15 minutes will be given their 15 minutes. And you were an exception. You were given 30 minutes. Yeah?
It was not an exception, it was a normal thing.
No, it was.
But
It was
remember,
because it's a decision that was taken in this meeting. It was circulated, that decision.
no, but you asked everyone.
Yes, and the majority of the members said 15 minutes.
And 10 minutes.
And Honorable James even
10.
lowered her standard and requested 10 minutes.
And honorable vessels as well.
And the chairperson said, I understand the issues that honorable members may have. And for the sake of agreement and peace in the House, I will circulate you and check. I mean, I will rotate and check how many minutes each one of you requests. And everybody was allocated the way they requested. And so now I see you still want to ask questions.
A question, Chair. I just wanted to make a follow-up because I was listening.
Yeah, that is
So it's not a question.
Don't switch on the microphone because you have not been granted that permission. If you must ask or not. I'm looking at the faces of the members to read if they approve of your request or not. The chairperson, the chairperson speaks the sentiments of the members. Yes. So there is no other person who have spoken for 30 minutes. In fact, it's you who spoke for 30 minutes plus 1 minute. He spoke 30 minutes less. So I'm not going to grant you that permission to speak. What we can do, because we are about to release the witness, the same thing that you did when Mr. Paul O'Sullivan left last week. You can accompany Advocate Mashugu, and then you have those answers that you want. Can I check with the legal team if you have any matters that you want to clarify with Advocate Mashugu?
Honorable Chair, just a few questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Advocate Mashugu, you indicate in your statement that you're here to testify in relation to that part of the terms of reference which refers to infiltration in the police or in the criminal justice system, broadly speaking.
Yes.
That statement was made by General Mkhwanazi on the 6th of July 2025. You left the NPA in 2024.
Yes.
Are you able or in a position to comment on General Mkhwanazi's assertions or allegations of infiltration into the criminal justice system that he made in 2025? Or rather, let me try and restrict it. Or is it limited to that period when you were in the NPA?
Yes.
And is it further limited to your own experience in the Kameldrov case?
Yes, it is limited in that regard, but in general, what General Mkhwanazi would have stated is borne out by different incidents, whether at IP or wherever I saw that the committee received certain testimony from different incidences that would have borne out the observations of General Mkhwanazi.
We also know that Mr. McBride was the executive director of IPID, appointed in 2015. Then you may know he was then suspended, and then he went to court, and then he was reinstated in 2017 and 2019. The Kameldrov complaint was in fact lodged with an acting executive director while he was on suspension. I don't know if you know that it's not particularly material to the question. It was then, after he was reinstated, that complaint was then resuscitated, revived. And that seems to be the period of what you describe as the O'Sullivan infiltration into IPID. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So it seemed to be limited to a period from 2017, and then we also know that his contract was not renewed by then Minister Kele. In fact, based on a memorandum that he relied on, submitted to him by Mr. Cedric Kabinde,
Yes.
where he made the kind of allegations that you also mentioned to us today.
Yes.
Now, I think this is a question that you may have answered, but one that was raised by Honorable Matthys. In 2017, February, when the matter was removed from the roll, you were otherwise prepared to proceed with the trial, save that you now wanted to introduce the racketeering charge,
Yes.
which requires a certificate
Yes.
from the NDPP, and which I think you said you were going to refer to the High Court.
Yes. Indeed.
So if you, I suppose a speculation, so it's a speculative question, and you can answer. But if you were ready to proceed to trial otherwise with the other charges?
Yes, that is correct.
The seizure of the arrest and the seizure of the cell phone of Trent's, that's the Santon case.
That is the Santon case.
And there, I think you said that there was Sean Abrams, then NDPP, declined to prosecute in that case.
The DPP, acting DPP Advocate Baloy declined to prosecute. Then IPID made representations to Sean Abrams, the NDPP, who confirmed the decline to prosecute.
You say that in your affidavit, I think fairly, you say that the issue around the download of the data on Trent's phone, that is likely and will, as a prosecutor, it will likely become the subject of a trial within a trial, should the matter proceed to court.
Yes, I believe so.
And we know that the matter is now from Advocate Motibi's response to us as the NDPP. That matter is still under consideration and is still likely to come to trial.
Indeed so.
Yeah. Do you know what the reason was for General Paslani's dismissal? He was dismissed in 2020.
No, I do not.
You don't know whether it was connected with the Kameeldrift case?
No, I do not know.
Well, thanks also to you, Advocate Mashugu, for your attendance and your cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SC.
Advocate Mashugu and your team from the NPA, Advocate Maga and Advocate Ramatsekisa. Ramatsekisa, does it mean you are the one who brings them before court? We want to thank you so much. These honorable members can agree that today's proceedings have helped us to better understand the intricacies that we have been dealing with in IPID. And for sure, that is why you had one of the members even said it would have been better if you appeared before us, before IPID came here. Because when IPID appeared before, not necessarily IPID, I mean, Mr. McBride appeared before us, we were still very hazy in terms of understanding the evidence that Mr. Nkabinde had given us. And there were so many puzzles that had to be completed. So you helped us today with your evidence. Advocate Mkhwanazi, are we ready?
Yes, Chair, I'm ready.
Yeah. The witness that is before us, is he the witness that we have expected here? And what are the full names of the witness?
The name of the witness is Mr. Fadiel Adams. He is a member of parliament and Chair confirmed that I have had consultations with the witness and he's produced a statement and he is ready to give his evidence.
Good evening, Mr. Fadiel Adams, and how are you?
Good evening, Chair. I'm doing well, thank you.
Welcome to our proceedings, honorable member.
Thank you, Chair.
Our proceedings start by way of administration of oath on the witness. Let me take this opportunity and thank you for availing time to do consultations with our legal team, but also making yourself available to appear before this committee. This ad hoc committee has been appointed by the National Assembly to investigate the allegations that have been made by the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner, General Mkhwanazi. And the committee has invited you here to help it in its oversight and investigative work. Amongst others, it's investigating, number one, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the political killing stars team, otherwise known as the PKTT or NPKTT. Number two, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the SAPS. Number three, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership of the SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending the invitation to you, the chairperson of this ad hoc committee has indicated that you may provide information to the committee if you so wish, under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. Honorable Adams, please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to do so in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or even damages. Honorable Adams, you are however protected in that the evidence given under oath or affirmation before the House or a committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 1, Section 17, subsection 2 of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect, oath or affirmation?
The oath, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you so much. You have elected oath. May you please follow me as I dictate. May you please say aye and state your names in full.
I, Fadiel Adams,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. You are sworn in. We are going to hand over to Advocate Mkhwanazi and yourself to present evidence. How much time do you need, Advocate Mkhwanazi, in the presentation of evidence?
Chair, I'll try to not go beyond 2 hours.
Okay.
Like
So
yesterday.
thereafter, Honorable Adams, we are going to allocate time to members of the committee to ask you questions. And please remember that you will not leave the house until the chairperson informs you that we have come to the end of the proceedings. Honorable,
Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want us to be practical. We must agree now before we start, because we can't, in the middle of the road, we say we are no longer continuing. If you look at the time, it's 8 minutes to 8. 2 hours will be around 10. And if you allocate us our normal 30 minutes, unless you change like you did today and say 15 minutes, but as well, let's count that. That it is possible for us to be out here around 1 or 2. If we agree, so be it. Thank you.
that is our agreement. It was us who took a decision that after Advocate Mashugu, we are taking Honorable Adams. So we have already sworn the witness in is all systems go. Whatever time we finish this morning,
Yes.
I will thank you for the work that we would have done.
As long as people are not going to leave, because they normally leave, Chair, and we always hear people leaves, you'll say, no, I've got a commitment. We'll end up being 4 or 5 years.
So long as there is a chairperson here and a witness, the proceedings go ahead. Honorable Matthys.
Chair, I don't recall us agreeing that we were going to do questions as members of parliament tonight. From my understanding was that we were going to let the evidence leaders do their part, and then we would arrange another day for Honorable Adams to come back to do the questions. And it's also not going to do justice to us to be able to do questions. We even raised the issue that the evidence is quite comprehensive as well. So we must do justice.
Yeah, we will cross the river when we come to it. Let's allow the evidence leaders to and Honorable Adams to present evidence.
Should I proceed, Chair? Or-
Yes, you've been given a green light by the chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just as a matter of housekeeping, I just want to clarify the bundles that members have, that were distributed to members. So members would have Honorable Adams' statement, and that would be accompanied by a bundle of annexures. It's just one bundle of annexures, although the bundle seems to refer to part 2. So there's one bundle of annexures, and the annexures are made reference to in his statement. And then there's an exhibit bundle, which Mr. Adams has requested to also have before the committee, although he hasn't made any averments in relation to the exhibit bundle, but he wanted to keep it at hand in case questions are asked about the information contained in that bundle. Chair, then there's also an extract of General Mkhwanazi's statement, which he made to the committee, or rather before the Nhlanhla commission, which we've attached to his statement before this committee. This is just for ease of reference for members, because I do intend to refer Mr. Adams to portions of this particular extract. So just so that members can have it handy. So that's it.
The moment, Skosana.
I'm not sure whether I heard very well the issue of that there's a Nhlanhla.
Chair, it's an extract of a statement which was attached to General Mkhwanazi's statement before this committee. Chair would remember that the General Mkhwanazi's statement to the Nhlanhla Commission was attached as an annexure to his statement to this committee. And we've just taken a portion of that because it deals with some of the allegations that the General Mkhwanazi has made against Honorable Fadiel Adams.
Yeah, my issue, Chair, was that it should be our statement, not Nhlanhla. Ad Hoc Committee here. Nhlanhla is something else. You know, if it must be changed, it has to be changed to an Ad Hoc Committee here.
No, it's not an affidavit of the witness. Yes, it's not an affidavit of the witness has an affidavit.
The problem is that once you say Nhlanhla, it means we are somewhere else.
No. There you are wrong. You yourselves as the members of this committee have sent me as the chairperson to go and meet with the chairperson of the Nhlanhla Commission on exchange of documents. And we even came back to the committee and reported that we will exchange documents. And every time a document from the Nhlanhla Commission comes here, it doesn't come as a primary document. It comes as an annexure. So that is.
Thank you, Chair. You answered me.
That is exactly
I'm
what
fine. I'm fine, Chair.
What the legal team is saying.
Chair, I'm okay. For you to explain further, I'm accommodated now. Because what I don't want is that initially we had a debate about that issue. Thank you, Chair.
I'm prolonging the night. Advocate Mkhwanazi, are we ready to go?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Yeah, in you we trust.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Adams has indicated in my earlier reference to the documents, you were called here because of allegations that General Mkhwanazi has made in relation to your conduct. He alleged that you had unauthorized access to intelligence information and that you used it recklessly and that for your own benefit, and that is essentially why you were called by the committee to address those allegations. But in your statement, you've also indicated in paragraph 4 of your statement, you've indicated that you also wish to assist the committee in relation to its terms of reference, and the issues raised in its terms of reference is political interference within SAPS, evaluating the extent of misconduct and unethical behavior by members of SAPS and other relevant individuals or institutions.
That is 100% right, ma'am.
Okay. So as a start, I just would like to take you through the content of your statement, and we'll start with your qualifications, which you deal with in paragraph 5 to 6.
Yeah, there is a reason I did not attach a CV, because I've got nothing to brag about. I'm a high school dropout and I've worked in construction my whole life. There's nothing glamorous there and there's nothing to dispute as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, but you do indicate that you are a member of parliament and you've served on the portfolio committee of police. Do you want to just talk a bit about that?
Yes. It was 5 years ago to the day that we ended a hunger strike outside of Parliament. I went without food for 8 days to draw to the attention of the president the plight of the children of the Cape Flats who were dying at the rate of 10 a day. He paid no attention to it. He promised us a meeting and he never followed through. To the day. So when I was elected to become a member of this house, I only had one place to go. I wanted to go to the police portfolio. I wanted to go there because I wanted to make a change. I want our children on the Cape Flats to live longer. I want proper policing. You know, it's not a coincidence that out of all the police stations in this country that are under-resourced, 80% of them are found in the colored areas. And it is a shame that you can walk into any police station in the Western Cape and you'd have to look to see the coloreds working there. We're only good to be locked up. This was the only portfolio I wanted to come to. And I was thankful when I got the chance. And when I did, I swore that I'd make a difference. And apparently, there's a certain general who has a problem with that.
Chair.
Oh, and I was also a councillor in the city of Cape Town for 2 years.
Chair. I'm worried, Chair, that when we finish here, Mr. Adams' neck would have broken. Please, can he be advised for the mic to follow him? He must not follow the mic. I'm worried because he is like this when he answers. So he must just drag the mic towards him.
Chairperson, with respect, and thank you for your concern, Honorable
No,
Nhlanhla. I have a shoulder problem, Chair, and
Yes.
this is where I'm comfortable.
You explained to me, but your problem is that you pulled the chair back.
It hurts. I tried that
Yes.
position.
Your chair has withdrawn from the mic. If you can move your chair a bit closer to the
I
mic.
tried that, Chair. It hurts when I, so this is where I'm comfortable. I hope it doesn't offend anyone. And to be honest, I was going to go to the doctor this morning, but I was accused of ducking the committee yesterday. So I thought I would not embarrass myself in front of my family.
No, nobody has ever said you are attacking the committee.
I don't know which meeting
What
I was
I
watching.
had coming from the meeting is that
But I'm good, Chair. I hope the posture is not seen as being disrespectful, but this is where I'm comfortable. Thank you.
no, it's fine. Let's proceed. Honorable Sols.
I just want to make sure that your Honorable Nhlanhla say looks like he's on drugs.
I can confirm that he didn't, Honorable Souls. I would have been over the stable by then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought, watch it.
Honorable Sangon.
No, Chair, when you greet witnesses, you normally greet the entourage that accompanies him. Honorable Adams has got his family here and people that he brought to support them. You're looking at the wrong side, Chair. So please, can we also acknowledge them? Thank you.
He himself has not said anything. If he can tell us that Honorable Adams.
Yes, Chairperson.
Do you have people who have accompanied you here?
Yes, Chairperson. My family is in the corner. They're not that hard to spot. They're all brown.
Where are they sitting?
Right in the corner over there, Chairperson.
You were supposed to have brought them to sit here behind you.
I don't think they want to be on TV, Chairperson. Even the one that looks like a Freedom Front Plus voter is one of mine.
Okay. Can I greet you, all of you, from where I'm sitting as the chairperson? Greetings on behalf of the committee to all of you and welcome. Thank you so much. May we proceed?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Adams, you deal with the allegations that were made against you in relation to intelligence information, and you provide an explanation or your version of events in paragraphs, starting from paragraph 7, I believe, to paragraph 13 of your statement. And your version of events is that an envelope was slipped under your door, and you say that it was in the last week of October, but you can't exactly remember when that happened. Do you just want to elaborate on that?
Yes, thank you, Advocate. I remember the hiding Nkabinde took at Mr. Nkabinde took at this portfolio for not providing dates. And I do understand, the need for precision. At the time when this happened, I never thought there'd be an ad hoc or a madlanga. I thought it was a simple case of possible corruption, so I didn't write down the dates, and I've actually lost the device that I had in my possession at the time, which should have made things much more easier, but I don't have it. So the best I can do is sometimes go approximately. Where I've been able to fill in dates is where I could follow an email trail. But I came to my office like I normally do. When I used to come to Parliament every day, it was about 6:15. I can't say, I don't want to be accused of perjuring myself later, but I found in my office floor an envelope. I assumed it was slipped under the door. I opened the envelope, and inside it, there appeared to be evidence of criminality. And it was evidence that was implicating some very senior people within the SAPS. There was one name that I knew and others that I didn't. Because the cases are now before the courts, I can't speak too much on the merits of the case because I don't want to give anyone a loophole of walking out on a technicality. But I was unsure as to what to do with the documentation. Remember that there was no JSCI at the time. And I don't have direct access to the Minister of Intelligence or Safe Security. So what I decided to do was to lay criminal charges. But before I did that, I went and saw a very good friend of mine. He's now deceased, the late Major General Andre Lincoln of the AGU. It was on his suggestion that I went to the police station. So what I did is I went to Grand Central Police Station the next day. And I think it was the next day, or it might have been the day after that. And I laid criminal charges against Generals Khumalo, Lushaba, and Madondo.
Can I just ask before you move on that? You've given us an indication that that at the time there was no JSCI there was no committee basically that you could have gone to and informed them about the information. So it seems that you were clearly aware that the information was classified. But you also say in your statement that you were not sure whether these documents are fraudulent. So the question that immediately comes to mind is, why did you not, one, make an effort to first verify whether these documents were in fact valid? And secondly, regardless of whether these documents are authentic, why did you not first investigate who did that, who placed the documents there? Because these are classified documents.
Can I answer? Thank you,
Yeah.
Advocate. Only one of the documents was marked classified. Only one. I think there were 4. I'm not an investigator. Just like General Khumalo is not an investigator, just like General Mkhwanazi is not an investigator. That's why we have investigators. If I was to investigate this thing, I'd probably bark up the wrong tree. I gave it to the experts, the South African Police Services. What I did is I opened the docket. The officer that took the docket from me asked me for the evidence because I gave a lengthy statement. I said, no, I will give it to the investigating officer when he calls. Because I didn't want to hand classified information to just anybody. I left that police station and I received a phone call from General Lincoln, he was very well connected within the SAPS. And I was shocked when he told me that my documents, my dockets had been collected by the provincial office. I didn't even know what that meant. I said, General, is this procedural? He said, no. I said, then what does it mean? He said, they're trying to cover it up. I asked him, why, General, are you saying this? He said, the procedure, son, is what he used to call me sarcastically, is as such. You lay the charge. The docket then gets given to the head of detectives. He will read the docket and he will assign it to a detective. He says, provincial does not get involved. Something's wrong.
Mr. Adams, just before you go, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but you have to give more, I'm just going to ask for more clarity in relation to the information, because as you know, and I've raised this with you during the consultation, there's a lot of details missing in the information that you've given. And again, I'd just like to go back to the, you not taking the necessary steps to verify the information.
Oh.
You say you're not an investigator, but you are a member of the Police Portfolio Committee. We've heard from General Mkhwanazi, for instance, that when matters are discussed at the portfolio committee and something comes up that is considered classified, the meeting would be advised not to bring it to that particular committee, but to then refer it to the relevant committee, which is the JSCI. So you're quite familiar that information must be treated a certain way. You mentioned miss in your statement. I don't think your answer that you're not an investigator is sufficient because you know better as a portfolio committee member.
I actually do agree with you, Advocate. So on the issue of the validation of the documentation, I had no means to do that, and I didn't want to bring it to the police committee because you can ask Honorable Skosana, you can ask Honorable James and Matthys, the fights we have within that committee with regards to classification. You can also ask Honorable Shongwe, I saw that look, because it is my understanding that classification of crime is a crime. And I'm backed up in that with the Vuma versus IPID case and the MIS document, because we've brought criminality to the police portfolio where the generals hide behind classification. Now, our founding document, the Constitution, it makes no provision for the classification of crime. And therefore, I was only going to do this one way, whatever the result.
Could you then tell the members what you considered the crime to have been? Because what we have in front of us is a statement by you saying you were not sure whether the documents were fraudulent. So you were also questioning the authenticity thereof, but you seem to have been convinced that this is a crime.
100%.
And on what basis did you then decide to go?
Look, I looked at the sorry, Advocate, thank you. I looked at the documents and I said to myself, here's a possibility that you could be set up because someone's expecting you to run to the media and you're going to end up with egg in your face. On the flip side of that coin was, this could be real. Now, the best people in my view to make that call would be the South African Police Services. And that's why I took it there.
Can you just maybe elaborate on what information you then subsequently gave to SAPS when you went and opened the docket? Because you said you did not give any evidence. So what did you give to SAPS to satisfy them that what you've given them would be enough to pursue an investigation?
I gave them a sketch of what the documents claimed, but I did not hand them any hard copies of the evidence.
You're not saying much.
No.
What do you mean by a sketch?
I essentially told them that this general is accused of defeating the ends of justice on this date, and this general is accused of fraud, may have not accused, defeated the end, may have defeated the ends of justice on this date. This general might have committed fraud on this date, etc., and that's it.
You may continue. You were then called by
General
Colonel Lincoln and informed on what did he tell you? Because as you've just informed the House, the information that you've given in your dockets is a sketch. So why would he call you out of concern that the information will be taken further? Because there's basically nothing.
General Lincoln said to me that if this is what they've done, they are going to cover this thing up. I asked him, General, what do we do? He said, you walk away. I said, why? He said, because people are going to die before this thing goes to court. I said, General, are you serious? He said, 100%. I said, I'm not going to walk away, and I'm certainly not scared of death. What do I do? He said, son, you open this docket, you open these cases in another province, let's see what happens. I flew to Johannesburg, and I opened the same cases at Orlando, at the Orlando, and Nhlanhla at the police stations. But when I was there, I waited. I made it clear I was not going to leave until I received my case numbers because I wanted this thing registered. Once that was done, the very next day, I emailed the minister, the suspended minister, Mkhwanazi. And I said to the minister that my dockets have been irregularly collected here in Cape Town because I'm complaining to the minister. I didn't know what course of action the minister would take. but I did demand from the minister that someone outside of the SAPS investigate this case. General Lincoln gave me a telephone number for the IDAC, which I contacted. I cannot remember who I spoke to, but I was contacted by Brigadier Perma. And not the very next day, or maybe the day after that, by the IGI of Intelligence, Mr. Imtiaz Faisal. He asked me about the cases I laid and asked if I'd come to his office because his office may have an interest in some of the allegations. I flew to Johannesburg. I met with the IG for maybe 10 minutes. He handed me over to Advocate Govender, and I gave Advocate Govender the information.
Before you go on, because I don't want us to get too deep into it, because we're going to try to assist the committee with dates so that when they have assessed the evidence, that they can have some sort of chronology, and also so that you can address Mkhwanazi's version around these allegations. I know you said you don't remember any of these dates, but I'm going to provide you with the dates that he's given to us, and then you could just maybe confirm whether these are correct or whether what he said was wrong.
I think, Advocate, that you should provide the dates, but please understand, I'm not going to argue with these dates because I'll be arguing out of stupidity then. I'll go with the dates he's given.
No, but what we're trying to do with going through those dates and why your comment is so important in respect of those dates was that what General Mkhwanazi was said to us was that there appears to have been a haste in which you dealt with the matter. You leave out some crucial information here in your statement. For instance, you went to the minister not once, but twice, and that is not apparent from your statement. And the time frames within which you went to the minister and the time frames within which the minister then subsequently approached the inspectorate to deal with your complaint, there are 1-2 days in between. And so that, to what General Mkhwanazi has told the committee, appears to suggest that there was something behind the urgency within which you dealt with the matter. And so that is why it is so important that we take the time and get an explanation from you why you did things in such a hurry.
Okay.
Okay. So in paragraph 9 of your statement, you say that the charges were laid on the 29th of October. Was it on the 29th of October? Can you maybe look at your statement? This is in paragraph 9.
I remember that date. It is the 29th of October, I think.
General Mkhwanazi says the 30th, but you in your statement say the 29th. That's why I'm asking.
The 29th of October in Cape Town, the 30th in Johannesburg.
Okay, so you say it's the 29th. Is General Mkhwanazi then incorrect by saying it's the 30th?
I do believe he's incorrect.
He has attached I believe the front page of the cases, but we can verify that. You strongly feel that it was on the 29th of October, even though you...
Advocate, if I'm wrong, I'll own it, but I do believe it was the 29th. I think so.
Okay. So 29th of October, you opened up cases in Cape Town. There's very little information in the docket. It's a sketch that you've provided. And subsequently, which you say the next day, the 31st of October, you went to Joburg because you had received a call from General Lincoln.
Yes, ma'am.
So on the 31st of October, you then rushed to Joburg to open up another docket.
Was it the 30th or the 31st? But
the 31st.
The 30th. Okay, let's go with the 31st.
The 31st of October. And so now on the 1st, after you've opened up this docket in Johannesburg, on the 1st, you then write to the minister. Can you explain why you would open up? You've given an explanation about Cape Town, and you said you received a call from Lincoln. And Joburg, why after you've opened up a charge in Joburg, you then on the 1st complain to the minister and you complain about members of SAPS specifically, and you say that they've intercepted your dockets?
So let's just follow the trail. I wasn't drunk or out of my mind when I laid the charges here at Grand Central, right here, which is when the dockets disappeared. I have to go to Johannesburg at taxpayers' expense to lay the same charges. I think I'm within my right to complain to the minister. The fact that the minister acts speedily The minister can answer if that is his standard turnaround time. I, for one, as a citizen of a country where service delivery is suffering, I'm very happy that we have a minister that reacts speedily. I wish all of us had.
But we want to understand why, after you've laid charges in Johannesburg on the 31st, you then complain about members of SAPS to the minister. What happened in Johannesburg that made you believe that your information was being intercepted? And remember, you've told us that these are just sketches. This is not even documents containing evidence. So what happened that made you believe that your information, your sketch is being intercepted?
So, Advocate, when they intercept my dockets, which they did, the plan was that these allegations must never be investigated. Why would I not complain about that? Please understand where I'm from.
Why? What happened in Joburg? That's the question, not...
No,
we hear you.
Nothing happened in Joburg except that I had the suspicion that they could do the same thing again. Because after what happened in Cape Town, it was clear to me that here is a plot going on that means these dockets will not be investigated. It's for this reason that I drew the attention of the minister to it.
So you then write this email to the minister on the 1st of November, and we have a copy of that email in the bundle. And this email that you wrote to the minister is also there's very little information in there. You basically just tell the minister on the 1st of November that you suspect that your information might be intercepted, and you give him the case numbers and you ask him to intervene.
I'm just looking for it.
Okay, let me just try to give you the page number. I think it's page 6.
First or second bundle, Advocate?
It's on page 283. At the bottom of the page. Of this bundle, of the Mkhwanazi.
Oh, yeah.
Mkhwanazi bundle, yes.
283.
Yes.
Just a second, I'm struggling with one hand. Okay, on page 283.
Okay.
At the bottom.
So you wrote to the minister and you said that I've opened cases in the Western Cape on a number of senior SAPS personnel, and you gave the case numbers. You do not say who these senior officials are. And you said, I was told the dockets were intercepted. In my quest for justice, I traveled to Johannesburg and opened the following dockets. And you proceeded with the case numbers. And then you say, however, I've been notified, which is contrary to what you said. You said it was on your own suspicion. You said, I've been notified that the Gauteng Police Department has followed the same modus operandi and is interfering in the investigative process. So were you not being truthful to the minister?
No. Sorry, Advocate. I was told that they're probably going to follow the same thing.
Who told you that?
The late General Andre Lincoln. When I look at this email, could have worded this thing better. I could have. But that's just me using the wrong word. I should have said suspect that they may use the same modus operandi.
And then you proceeded to humbly ask for the minister to intervene to ensure the integrity of the investigative process. There's nothing else. There's no report on what the nature of the charges are, or unless if there was there more information attached to this email? Was there?
You must remember, if there's one thing that I cannot be kind about here, is the fact that I didn't tell anybody what's in the docket. Not even the minister.
Okay. But then when we see that the minister, in less than an hour, on the same date, on that same page 283, the chief of staff writes to the national commissioner in less than an hour and informs the minister, the national commissioner's office, that the minister has received this complaint and that they want a report within 3 days.
If I was the minister, I'd want the report the next day. And I'll tell you why.
Without any information.
If I may. I've been to court so many times with people whose dockets have gone missing. It is a very serious problem. It is a very serious problem. The fact that the minister's office replies within 1 hour tells me that they may also see this as a serious problem. I understand that certain generals may not see this as a serious problem, but I do appreciate the fact that they responded promptly. I didn't expect them to respond that promptly, but I'm certainly not going to say no thank you to it. If you read my email, I'm not asking for a special favor. I'm telling the minister that this is what happened and I need you to intervene.
So General Mkhwanazi did in fact tell this committee what the nature of the charges were that you have laid against these senior officials. And, you know, if the minister at least had the benefit of that kind of information, I think it would more or less sort of have been made, it would have made more sense as to why you would, in a haste, refer the matter to the National Commissioner. But he didn't even have that, what we have now in front of us.
So I'm complaining as a member of parliament about a very serious issue that happens at our police stations all the time. And there are people complaining that we have an effective ministry. Is that what I'm understanding? I'm asking because I'm not understanding. You know, the normal complaint is that SAPS doesn't respond. They take too long to respond. They don't answer their phones, yada, yada. I can show you emails that I've sent that don't get responses. I'm happy. I'm extremely happy. Let me put it on the record that the minister's office responded promptly. But if you want to know why they responded within an hour, you're asking the wrong person, advocate. That question should be posed to the minister.
This shouldn't be, the questions posed shouldn't be viewed in a negative light. It's just for clarity's sake.
No.
And if the minister's office was that responsive, then it is in fact a great thing. I think it tells citizens that they now can, if there's a complaint that they have, this is the kind of immediate response. And like you said, a lot of people have problems with dockets, and it appears that if they write to the minister, they'll get a response in less than 30 minutes.
In a perfect world, let's hope it happens.
We then know that after the minister then sent this email to the inspectorate to provide a report by the boss. I mean, to the National Commissioner, who then subsequently requested the inspectorate to intervene. The inspectorate then 3 days later furnishes the minister a report, and part of the complaints that they've raised or issues that they've raised is that the information is simply not enough to pursue, to conduct a proper investigation. But what they then also said is that they recommended that the minister afford them more time, a period of 10 days, to get in touch with you and to conduct further investigations. And then they will come back to the report, to the minister, to be able to indicate what's happening on these matters. Were you aware of that?
Yes. I heard about that. I wasn't told by the minister. I wasn't emailed, but I'd heard about that.
So if you've heard about that, why then did you, on the 10th of November, before expiry of that 10-day period, write to the minister again and then requested the minister to refer your complaint to an independent investigative body?
I don't trust the South African police services. I have no faith in the South African police services.
The Minister of Police is Police Services.
Yeah.
And he dealt with the complaint you've given him and he's referred it to the National Commissioner.
The Minister of Police is the executive arm of the South African police services. The operational and functional part of it is what we don't trust.
You don't trust the way the minister dealt with your complaint?
No, I trust the minister to deal with my complaint. I also trust these generals to pull the wool over the minister's eyes. Understand, I've raised various things within portfolio. These people have lied to Parliament over and over again. I did not trust them to investigate themselves. If you would allow me to expand. One of the charges I laid was against General Dumisani Kumalo, who was arrested and is now before the court. He's the DivCom of crime intelligence. It's probably the most sensitive position in the country, well, within SAPS in the country. His appointment was supposed to be ratified by Parliament. Parliament was never notified of his appointment. Do you understand where I'm going? When I lay charges against the same man who was acting in his position with a cooked security clearance, listen to how I say it, it was cooked. It was fraudulent. When I lay charges against this man, the dockets miraculously get collected by the provincial office. I did not trust these people to investigate. This is why I asked the minister for someone outside of SAPS to investigate. You're asking the wolf to investigate the wolf. It doesn't make any sense.
What's even more confusing, Mr. Adams, is you did go to the police and you open up a charge here in Cape Town. This wolf. You did go to Gauteng to open up a charge. You did write to the minister to intervene because you believed that there were no progress on your charges. You then do not trust how the minister dealt with the complaint because he's written to the National Commissioner on your behalf. You're aware of it. You've just said it yourself. So it's very confusing how you would have wanted the investigation to take place if you never allowed them the chance, if you never given them the opportunity. Why did you go there in the first place then?
Advocate, I don't know of another place to lay a charge but the police. So I had to go to the wolf. Then the dockets, let's say they disappeared for a while. They did. Then I complained to the only person I could complain to, the minister. There was no one else to complain with. So I deal with what I have in front of me. But when given the option of not dealing with these boys in blue, I grabbed it. When I was told that the IDAC could investigate this, I grabbed the opportunity. So yes, I dealt with the wolf. Because if you could tell me that I could go and lay charges against General Kumalo at the Civic Center and use a counselor to lay the charges, I would have spoken to a counselor. If somebody had told me that I could lay charges against General Lushaba at Grooteske Hospital by speaking to a doctor, I would have done that. But in order to lay charges and get a case number, I had to go to the police station. I hope that makes sense to you.
Not quite, but I'm sure I'll understand as you explain later on. What did you expect the minister to do when you went to him with your complaints? Did you expect him to do what?
I was hoping that the minister would ask what happened to these case dockets. Look, I mean, I'm not privy, I wasn't privy to the interaction between the minister and the NASCOM. I wanted some type of action and I wanted some type of disciplinary action leveled against the person who I still don't know who it was that came to collect the dockets. Now that didn't happen.
Ms. Adams, you serve on the Police Portfolio Committee. You know, when something gets referred to the minister, it's high level. The minister would then call on other resources like you did here with the National Commissioner. National Commissioner in turn turns to the inspectorate, who would then ask senior officials to deal with something that comes from the minister. In a South Africa where there are so many things happening that require SAPS attention, it's taking away resources. Especially if you know from day one that you were never seriously pursuing these charges with the police because you never trusted them.
That is 100% correct. And that is why the person who collected the dockets should be prosecuted. All I'm saying to you is I laid the charges. It was the civic thing to do in my mind. When the dockets were collected by the provincial office illegally, what was I supposed to do, advocate? What Mkhwanazi wants me to do? Shut up and go away. Maybe that is the lesson that we should send to everybody who's serious about fighting crime in this country. Don't bother. Like, I'm sitting here and I know exactly what certain people are thinking without accusing anyone. I did the right thing. I don't care what anybody else thinks. I did the right thing. I've asked within the police portfolio why General Kumalo was allowed to buy cell phone grabbers, obsolete cell phone grabbers that have never worked. I wasn't given an answer. Do you understand how the police portfolio functions?
Not
These people operate with impunity. They do as they want, when they want. It's why they went out buying hotels with our tax money. And I know I'm jumping. I'm trying to put it into perspective for you.
Okay, so maybe let's go back to the timeline. You then, like I've indicated, wrote to the minister again on the 10th, and you asked him to refer the matter to an independent investigative body after he's received the report from the inspectorate that recommended that he should wait 10 days. Why did you not approach that independent body yourself? Why go back to the minister and ask him to write that letter to IDEC?
I never asked the minister to write a letter to IDEC.
You asked him to refer the matter
Yes.
to an independent investigative body.
Not to the IDAC, to an independent. I meant even outside of government. I didn't mean Section 9. When it happened that way, that's the way it happened. I asked that SAPS not investigate SAPS. That's all I asked.
Are you familiar
Also,
with IDEC?
I am now. Also, I also figured that the referral to investigate the SAPS would carry a lot more weight if it came from Minister Senzo Mkhwanazi than it would from Fadiel Adams.
But you say in your statement you also contacted IDEC.
Yes, I did.
At which point did you contact IDEC?
I wouldn't be able to give you the exact date, but it was round about 2-3 days after I messaged the minister.
So we know the minister wrote a letter to IDEC on the 11th of November. Were you aware of that letter on the 11th of November?
No, I was not, ma'am.
So you say that could have been it would have been around what, the 13th of November when you wrote to IDEC?
13th, 14th, 15th, roundabout there.
Did you write to them? Did you go see them? What happened?
No, I called because I didn't know what the procedure was. Because I didn't know what to do. I said to my, I miss that man. I said to General Lincoln, General, I don't think this thing is being treated properly by the minister. And he said to me, I'll get you a number, call the IDAC. I said, who's the IDAC? He said, they're better than the Hawks.
No, but what do you mean it wasn't being handled by the minister? Because you were aware that the minister referred the matter to the inspectorate. You now then, you must have been aware of the report that came back from the inspectorate because you said, no, I want an independent body now. So what do you mean the minister was not handling your issue?
You know, advocate, if you know me for any length of time, you know everything I do is in a hurry. I want it done today. And in an issue as critical as this, I wanted it done yesterday. So yes, I appreciated the fact that the minister responded to me quickly, but I wasn't getting the phone call or the email or the interview that I wanted because this thing was not going to go away. Now, understand, I work on the Cape Flats where things go away. I am not a cold. I'm not the flu. I don't go away. That's a permanent thing here. I was going to have this thing investigated. I was going to have these people charged if there was a case. If there was no case, fine. But if there was a case, it was going to be investigated properly.
But again, Mr. Adams, I think it raises the other concern that I had, that you have no intention of seriously taking assistance from the minister or the police, but yet you as a member of the portfolio committee, this is what you said, but you as a member of the police portfolio committee, go and ask the minister where he could have been busy with something else. The national commissioner is involved, he could have been busy with something else. You know under what pressure the police is already operating. But you say you have no, isn't that a little bit, isn't that wrong? Do you not see anything wrong with how you've dealt with it?
Ma'am, I never said I was perfect. What I said is I was desperate. The minister, in my view, wasn't dealing with this thing fast enough. And therefore, I was willing to try other avenues, as I am even right now. Now, I tell you again, when those dockets went missing, it was clear to me that General Khumalo was not going to be investigated by the SAPS. That's when I reached out to the minister. I'll explain it again. I expected the minister to come down from his throne, shake the national commissioner, and get an investigation going from somewhere else. At the 11th, I don't know that he's reached out to the IDAC. It's why I called. If I had known, if the minister had copied me in the email, I'd have sat back and waited. He didn't. If there was collusion between myself and the minister, like someone here alluded to, I would have known that he had emailed the IDAC on the 11th, and I would not have reached out to the IDAC.
Why did you omit these engagements that I've just mentioned from your statement?
Which engagements are those, ma'am?
The number of times you've approached the minister. In your statement, you briefly deal with the fact that you went to the minister and you complained with SAPS. You've heard General Mkhwanazi's evidence in relation to the chronology and how he was trying to indicate to the committee that there might be something, there's something very suspicious about the urgency in which you've dealt with this. Why in your statement did you ignore all these steps or not address all these steps that you've taken and provide an explanation to this committee that could satisfy them that, this.
I actually didn't think that my second email was all that vital until the cross-questioning began, because I read Mkhwanazi's statement. I'm not denying that I emailed the minister a second time. But when you say all these steps, it's one email. That's the total sum of it. Now, I wish I had attached the email, which I actually don't have anymore because I deleted a lot of emails because of space, but there's nothing devious about it. It was just a simple issue of, I'm going to keep my statement as short as I can for the benefit of the committee, because I've been sitting outside here since 1 o'clock, and I've listened to a man go through files and files and files and files, and I don't know what he said. I wasn't going to be one of those witnesses.
Mr. Adams, I'm afraid it is all these steps. It is all these steps. It's not just one email. There were reports by the inspectorate, which you've now told us you were aware of. And you could have addressed that. You could have indicated or explained that the reason why I decided not to, in spite of what the inspectorate has advised the minister, I decided not to wait because I simply did not trust the police. All of this is not apparent from your statement. It's not just one email.
Advocate, paragraph 13 of my statement deals with the investigative body, with the directorate. I recall the same week, I was called by a lieutenant colonel whose name I don't remember, but I actually saw it in General Mkhwanazi's statement. He wanted to meet with me, claiming to be investigating the cases I'd laid. I was deeply suspicious of his motives, so I politely found an excuse not to meet every time he called, because he called me 3 or 4 times. My suspicion was vindicated after some investigation. Remember, I'd laid a criminal case, not a service delivery one. Now, let me explain something to you, and this is how devious these generals are. I've laid a case against 3 generals. The SAPS protocol dictates that you get investigated by your equal. Look at what the NASCOM does. They're sending a lieutenant colonel to investigate a general. Now again, General Andre Lincoln points this out to me. He says to me, a colonel does not investigate a general. I said, Gen, what do you mean? He said, even if there's a case against them, they'll win it on appeal because they were investigated by a subordinate. He says these people are smart. That's the reason I never met with the directorate. Every time he called me, I found an excuse. I said, no, I'm not here. I said, no, I'm busy. No, I'm down with the flu. I don't know what excuses I gave him, but I found a reason not to meet him. Now you're saying to me that I left out the steps taken. Paragraph 13 is covered.
No, can I just explain why I said it? Paragraph 13 doesn't have a date and it's towards the end. The content of paragraph 13 seems to suggest that it was after your meetings with IDEC and even after you met with the IG, which we will come to now. It's towards the end and there's no date. It suggests that it was the time you spoke to Colonel Lincoln, but I don't know, is he a general?
He was a major general.
Major general. Now, you've indicated to us you spoke to him about your charges that you've laid in Cape Town and he gave you a warning in respect of that. But I've taken you through various things, subsequent events that happened after Cape Town. This paragraph 13 suggests that this happened after it, and you'll see if you look at where it's placed. This does not suggest that this happened before the minister's intervention or after the minister's intervention?
This happened after them. I recall the same week, the same week.
Which same week? There's
Honorable,
week of what?
Honorable Souls.
Yeah, Chair, I would just want to see fairness with the witness. The procedure has always been, there was never an expectation for you to have listed details in your affidavit. The oral testimony compensates for those details. So I'm just asking for fairness that Honorable Adams be treated like all the other witnesses. If there's no detail in his statement, the evidence leader should allow oral testimony to compensate for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. That is accepted.
Thank you, Chair. So,
Excuse me, Advocate.
could you?
I thought we agreed that I laid the charges on the 31st in Johannesburg. I thought we agreed that I emailed the minister the very next day. I thought we agreed that shortly after that, Imtiaz Faisal, the IGI of Intelligence, called me. So later on that same week. So what is the problem with the chronologically, chronologically? Oh God, I'm tired. Anyway, you understand what I'm saying? What is the problem with that?
We haven't spoken about the IG yet.
No, I'm saying, okay, but it says in my statement that on a date I struggled to recall, I was contacted by Director General of Intelligence, Imtiaz Faisal. So it happened in that same week, but it was in the same week that I emailed the minister. So now what I'm saying to you is I'm struggling with dates. Remember, when this Lieutenant Colonel called me, I wasn't writing down the date because I don't foresee myself sitting in front of Parliament because of this one day. So if we want to be pedantic, then excuse me, I can't be. I'm giving you the evidence to the best of my recollection. This was not a WhatsApp chat. It was a phone call. Now I'm explaining to you the reason I don't trust SAPS. The National Commissioner or the Provincial Commissioner in the Western Cape send a Lieutenant Colonel to investigate a general. It's totally against the SAPS policy. Now, the minute I discover this, I refuse to meet with this man. So I'm trying to get this house to understand that we are working with a bunch of scoundrels wearing 3 and 4 stars. But while I'm trying to explain this to the house, I'm getting hammered on dates. I'm asking the advocate to work with me, please. I'm also in a considerable amount of pain, so I'm not going to do a O'Sullivan, Honorable Nombalo. I'm struggling with my shoulder, but we'll see this thing through tonight.
Honorable Sangwan.
Thank you, Chair. As much as I agree with what Honorable Souls was saying, that we should allow the witness to compensate with oral evidence, I think that is exactly what Advocate Mkhwanazi is trying to do. She's trying to get Honorable Adams to supplement what is missing in the affidavit with oral evidence. And I think it's quite unfortunate that Honorable Adams would want to characterize that as being hammered by dates, about dates. Yes, we want to know the chronology, and that is exactly what Advocate Mkhwanazi was asking. The chronology, which came before which. It doesn't mean this date and this date, but how did it unfold? So I'm really requesting that the witness tries to cooperate with the advocate as well. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, just for clarity, remember,
Wait for the chair to recognize. Okay. Do you want to be recognized?
yes, Chair.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just for clarity on Honorable Sangone's statement, when I raised my hand, the chair didn't see me, but it was not on the point of the clarity on dates, because of course that's very important. The chronological order of the dates is very important. When I raised my hand was when the advocate was asking Honorable Adams, why did he not say how many times he met the minister? You see, that must be in the statement. I met him 3 times and I met him like, that's not the requirement. So I'm saying in his oral statement, he can compensate and provide those details. That's the point, Chair, but not on the dates.
Chairperson, if I may. It is only in the very beginning where I struggle with the dates, Chairperson, because this is 2 years ago. I mean, it's 18 months ago. But the statement gets better in relation to dates because then I could turn to my cell phone, I could turn to my emails. Unfortunately, I had deleted some emails and I had lost the device that I was using at this time. But the statement does get better. So I do apologize to the committee for my, I'm going to say, tardiness with regards to dates here. But I can help out approximately, but I am under oath and I can't be lying about dates just to fill space. So that's exactly where I'm at.
Honorable Nhlanhla.
No, thanks, Chair. And I've also noticed in the statement of the witness that there is that missing part of the dates. And they are important, Chair, because the dates of when did the envelope with such information was found, when was the first case opened, and all those things. So I will implore that we say Honorable Adams must go back and recheck the exact dates and submit in writing on a later date. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
May I proceed? Thank you, Chair. Honorable Adams, you went on to speak about the IG, and so maybe let's just deal with that a little bit more. You don't, once again, there's no date that indicates when you were contacted by the IG. Can you more or less tell the House around what time? Was this in the midst of all these charges that you lay in, the complaints that you made to the minister, and now IDEC? Where does the IG feature in all of this? Is it before, after IDEC? Where?
It was just after IDAC. Just after. I almost think it was round about the second, somewhere between the second, let's call it the 2nd, 3rd, 4th of October. But I can't say specifically it was that date, but I do know it was after I contacted the IDAC.
It can't be October because we know now in November.
Sorry. It's gonna be really hard for me to stick to that date because again, you're asking me to go back into memory events that happened 18 months ago. Man.
Can I ask you then, what you say in your statement that you were contacted by the Inspector General and he asked you about the cases that you've laid. We still don't know what the nature of these cases are, but you explain that he said that his department might have an interest in these cases. With the little information that you've given to the police, we don't know what you've given to IDEC. Or how does the IG learn about your cases? And secondly, what information did he have in relation to your cases that would tell you that I have an interest in this or my department has an interest in this?
I actually wouldn't be able to tell you. He is the IG of intelligence. It's his job to know things. So I don't know how he knows about it. I don't know who told him. It could have been one of the policemen. It could have been someone who knew about the dockets that disappeared. I wouldn't be able to tell you that. But what I can confirm is that the IGI of intelligence called me and asked me if I would come to his office because his department might have an interest in this. I would not say no to that.
And his offices are in Joburg, sorry. This might be an obvious one, but I don't know. Is it in Joburg? So you traveled?
Yeah.
Again, why are you not able to check your travel information to provide us with more certainty around these things?
Because I go to Joburg sometimes 3, 4, 5 times in a month.
So even if I was to go back, I wouldn't be able to tell you which dates I went. There'd be 4 or 5 flights. It's become a lottery. I wouldn't know when to tell you.
Okay.
Honorable Sokanyile.
Sorry, Chairperson, I just want to check something. You went to Johannesburg or Pretoria?
Sorry, the IGI's office in Pretoria, not Johannesburg. Sorry, ma'am. For us Cape Townians, Joburg, Pretoria, same thing. So we actually believe Sunset is in Joburg as well.
So you met with the IG and did he explain to you what his interest in the matter is?
The IGI didn't do any explaining. He asked me if I had any information. I said, yes, I have paperwork. He asked if we would hand it over. I said, yes. He told me that there were many things wrong in this country, and we as Parliament and the police and the JSCI needed to work with him because there were many things he wanted to clean. He introduced me to Advocate Governor. I hope I've got the name right because it's in my statement, and he left me with her. I gave her a statement, I handed the information over to her, and I came back to Cape Town.
So you handed him the classified information that you didn't want her the classified information that you did not want to give to the police.
I did not want to give to the police at the station.
Okay. Did you trust the IGI's intervention?
I was out the options at that stage, ma'am.
What did you expect from them? Were you asking them to also investigate your matter? Is that what they do?
The IGI is responsible for top-level investigations. I was comfortable handing them the information. And I was hoping that they would, in actual fact, do a thorough investigation and some type of outcome would come from it.
So you were essentially laying some sort of charge with the IGI in relation to...
Yes, ma'am, I am the complainant there.
Okay. Then I want to go back to your paragraph 13 that you referred to. You see, again, the IGI, we don't know when you met the IGI. It's sometime in November after all these charges have been raised and after IDEC. So I think I just want to you concede here that this is after all of the steps that you've taken. So when I say that you do not deal with why you were taking all of these steps, it's not explained in your, or that you've omitted the steps, it's not explained in your statement.
I'll concede to that for expediency. I will concede to that. But I would also like to say, it is so unnecessary to have these 1,000 witnesses here. We should have the IGI here. He's the one with the report. But the man's on suspension, just like the IGI before him, for investigating corruption. I think a message is being sent to the next IGI, investigate corruption and we'll suspend you. You don't need Fadiel Adams here, and you didn't need Patricia Mashali here. The IGI should have come here.
Okay, let's maybe go back to your evidence.
He's accountable to Parliament as well.
Honorable.
Thanks, Chair. I think let's split with the witness to avoid making statements that may bring us to something that is not at the core business of why we're here. Because it is not true, Chair, that the IGI was suspended for investigating corruption. I think a public statement was made by the presidency, and none of which suggests that the reasoning behind the suspension is on the basis of investigating corruption. So it is very important, Chair, that we don't congest and populate the record with incorrect remarks. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, can we focus on the terms of reference of why we are here?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Okay, so paragraph 13, Ms. Honorable Adams, of your statement, you say that you were called in that same week that you met with the IGI, and you were called by some person that General Mkhwanazi referenced in his testimony to this committee, and you said that this person wanted to meet with you, and he was claiming to be investigating the cases that you have laid. And you were deeply suspicious of his motives, and so you politely found an excuse not to meet him. Then you say, my suspicion was vindicated after some investigation. Remember, I had laid a criminal case, not a service delivery case. Are you suggesting that this person was somehow requested by the people whom you've laid charges against to get in contact with you?
100, I'm almost 100% sure. There's no other explanation in my mind, because if you were going to investigate a general, it should be a general investigating a general. That's the policy. I didn't write the policy. I might not even agree with the policy, but that is the policy. So the moment they let a lieutenant colonel loose to investigate generals, something was the matter, and I wasn't going to entertain that.
Just to be clear, you laid charges against General Khumalo, who is the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. You laid charges against General Madondo and Major General Lushaba, who's the CFO of Crime Intelligence. And you're saying that those persons were responsible for the call you received and you were suspicious about the call. What did you think was going to happen?
That there was going to be an investigation, an internal investigation. And if they were found not guilty, I'd look stupid. And if they were found guilty, they would appeal it because they had just been investigated by a subordinate. This was the way out. This is how I reasoned it. There was no other explanation for a lieutenant colonel investigating a general. Oh, and the lieutenant colonel's name is Phillips.
The one that General Mkhwanazi mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
So General Phillips was sent by Lieutenant Phillips was sent.
No, Lieutenant Colonel, sorry. I didn't get to finish. Lieutenant Colonel Phillips.
Lieutenant Colonel Phillips was sent by General Mkhwanazi and Khumalo to come after you.
I'm not saying General Mkhwanazi or Khumalo, I'm saying by someone in the cabal. Now, when I say the cabal, I'm speaking about one of many corrupt generals. If you're asking me to name a specific one, it's impossible. Let me put you in the picture, advocate. Sorry, man. I'm just going to go off script a little bit. Do you know we have 200 police generals in this country? 200. We should have one national commissioner who is a full general. Maybe 8 lieutenant generals. 16 major generals. 32 colonels. 64 brigadiers. That's structure. The SAPS as it is a jobs for pals. Everyone's a general. We're paying about R500 million a year to ineffectual generals. Many of them incompetent, many of them there without the proper vetting. No security clearance. And this is why policemen stay in their ranks as sergeants and warrant officers for 30 years, because there's no money to advance these people. So if you're asking me which member of the cabal sent Lieutenant Colonel Phillips, I can't tell you which one, but it's one of them.
Honorable Sangon.
Chairperson, you know, the problem that we're having really here with this witness is that this witness wants to address this house as if they are in the police portfolio committee. And as Honorable Nhlanhla was saying, we can't allow him to make false statements. There is one general in the South African Police Service, and he is General Fani Masemul. You then have lieutenant generals. You then have major generals. You can't be making a statement here, Honorable Adams, that there are 200 generals. You know it's not true. It's a colloquial way of referring to the different levels of the senior management service of the South African Police Force. So please, can we please ask the witness, Chair, to just deliver his testimony, and please, please, please try. I know it's hard, but refrain from wanting to make political remarks. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, through you, there was nothing political about my statement.
I have not allowed you to.
Oh, sorry, Chairperson.
Yes. Do you want to speak?
Thank you, Chairperson. There was nothing political about my statement. What I stated was fact. We have 200 generals of various ranks, major generals, lieutenant generals, and one general. I said we should have one full general. Who is Fani Masimola? Who is the National Commissioner? I don't understand where the politics of it is. The fact of the matter is the SAPs are top heavy and the troops are suffering. Now, if there's anything political about that, then I'll withdraw it. But in my mind, there's nothing. And
Yeah,
this is the interaction
that is what the honorable member is saying, that because we are in parliamentary proceedings, let's be formal. That is what the honorable member is saying.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Point taken.
Thank you so much. You can proceed.
Just before we move on to the next.
And just to say to yourselves that the many interruptions that we have, I have already added an hour to the proceedings. If you have a night of 12 hours, you must know we are now going to experience the 13th hour.
Just before we move on to the next topic, Honorable Adams, we know that IDEC subsequently investigated your complaint, and that General Khumalo and General Shabandem were then subsequently arrested. But what came to light during the evidence that was given by Advocate Johnson was we could see that there was another docket opened, and it appears that the arrest of General Khumalo and General Shabandem were based on the strength of that docket that was opened in Brooklyn Police Station. Do you have an explanation as to why there was this separate docket opened? Because we know on record that you've opened 3 here, and then you went to Johannesburg, you opened others, and that's, I think, at Orlando Station. Where does Brooklyn Station feature in the midst of this?
I'm actually just thinking about it now. If you'll just grant me a few minutes, if we can keep going, it will come to me and I will respond. I'm just trying to just put it in the order of things. I don't want to hold up the proceedings by going ooh and ah. I know. I'm trying to think. Remember, it's 18 months ago. Just give me a minute, it'll come to me, but I'm asking for the sake of time if we can just move on, because the chair is going to add another hour to our night.
So you will come and give us an explanation?
No, I will give you an explanation.
And you do have an explanation, just that it's been.
No, there's a very reasonable explanation. It just needs to come back to me.
Okay. And then the referral, the members have asked about the referral. You know, when you lodge a complaint with IDEC, there's a Section 27 referral that needs to happen. And we haven't seen that referral. Have you, when you asked IDEC to investigate the matter, how did you do it? What happened? What did you give them?
I gave them my referral letter.
A letter?
A letter. It was an affidavit, sorry, not a letter, an affidavit. It was commissioned. Somebody asked me to see it and I said, but I didn't make a duplicate. I just handed it over. It is with the IDAC. And if the IDAC has asked to produce it, they should be able to. So I'm not understanding why that was an issue, but yeah, I gave them an affidavit.
Okay. I think then we can move on to the next topic. And there it deals with what you call lies and manipulation that flowed unhindered at the Police Oversight Committee. Do you want to, before we go into your respective paragraphs, do you want to just explain what you intend to deal with in there?
So, you know, when the police portfolio sat down to discuss the budget, I think it was Honorable Schikkeling, Honorable Kola Barnard, and I think it was Honorable Susana and myself, who came out strongly and said, we are very disappointed at the intelligence budget. We wanted intelligence to receive more money. I think those were the members. I may be wrong. I even think Honorable James was also in agreement with us saying that intelligence should receive more money. So after what I found out about what was happening at intelligence, I wish I could withdraw my statement from the minutes. Because when it comes to the police portfolio, it is impossible to hold these generals to account. And I'll for the benefit of the committee, I will read out a few of those occasions. On the 5th of March, 2025, I inquired of National Commissioner Fani Masimola to explain the reasons General Khumalo was allowed to purchase a redundant cell phone grabber. Now, no response was given. The NASCOM was allowed to duck and dive the portfolio. However, Brigadier Tiani Shlongweni has articulated the reasons our tax monies were wasted. Yet it doesn't excuse what happened at the portfolio. Because when we come to portfolio, it's for accountability. So when I come there as a member of the police portfolio and say to the minister, hold on a second, you spent 40 million rand on a grabber that was never used. Never, because it was redundant. We are looking for answers. We're expecting answers. We don't get those. On the 12th of March, I inquired of the National Commissioner about the top-level security clearance of certain SAPS officials. Included in this was the issue of General Dumisani Khumalo's first clearance, which was alleged was fraudulent. In the Portfolio Committee meeting, the National Commissioner claimed that General Khumalo's clearance was above board. Again, Brigadier Tiani Shlongweni came to this portfolio and said that it was impossible that it could be legit because it was done in a matter of days. It normally takes about a year. So the National Commissioner lied to Parliament, but he faced no sanction. Please see attachment FAA1. It's the minutes of that portfolio. When I asked the Commissioner about the clearance of the National Commissioner and Lieutenant Khumalo during the portfolio meeting.
Can I just ask you there? So you haven't attached anything in relation to the allegations that you make in respect of the grabber that you consider redundant. You just say the Commissioner hasn't given you a response. And then are you asking this committee to rely on the evidence given by Mr. Shlongwane as your substantiation of these allegations that you make? Is that in support? Should we look at Mr. Shlongwane's evidence for support of these allegations that you make?
Given the fact that Mr. Shlongwane was the CFO of Crime Intelligence, I would say that his testimony must be regarded as reliable.
Can I ask you to articulate what did he say that we should look at when we consider whether or not that evidence or what he said
that the grabber was purchased to finance the NASREC conference.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that would make perfect sense because you pay top dollar for a grabber that is worthless if it is indeed the intention to finance a political conference. That is what the CFO, the former CFO of Crime Intelligence said. Now, I asked this question in portfolio. I was not given an answer. It makes me question, what is the purpose of the SAPS portfolio? If I may continue.
And before we also want to deal with paragraph 16, but just on that, so that's the only support for that allegation that you make?
Yes, ma'am. It's the only support I think I need.
It's Shlongwane's evidence.
Look, advocate, sorry, not look. Advocate, I'm coming to this portfolio as people have before me with what we have. This portfolio must make recommendations. Amongst others, in this case, maybe the portfolio should, I can't tell the portfolio what to do. Maybe the portfolio should take a closer look at the grabber. Maybe the portfolio should look at the true value of the grabber and what was paid for it. I can't tell this portfolio what to do. I can only tell this portfolio what I see wrong in SAPS. Remember, I wanted to be a member of this of the Ad Hoc. Remember, there was a concerted effort made to keep me out.
And in relation to the clearance of General Kumalo, what evidence do you have that he wasn't cleared or that that his clearance wasn't above board?
The National Commissioner's come here and admitted that he had 2 clearances. He never told us why the first one wasn't good enough. He had to apply for a second one. The National Commissioner sat here and he said it. Also, again, Brigadier Nhlanhla, the CFO of Crime Intelligence, says there is no way a top secret clearance can be given in a week. He looked at the date that was applied and the date it was approved. He said it's impossible. This man knows what he's talking about. I'm just a layman. But please understand that upon obtaining the rank of brigadier and up, the oath of office goes something like this: subject to me attaining and maintaining top-level security clearance. These people are appointed without it, and they're allowed to operate without it for years.
Why should we accept Mr. Hlongwane's evidence above that of Lieutenant General Kumalo and above that of the National Commissioner? And is it simply because he was the CFO of Crime Intelligence? Is that the basis on which his evidence is more reliable than that of the National Commissioner and that of General Kumalo?
On the issue of the clearances, I think it is. Remember, the National Commissioner operated without top-level security clearance for 4 years. That is confirmed. Remember that General Kumalo would not have needed to apply for a second clearance if his first clearance was above board. So yes, in this case, I do believe that Hlongwane is the better candidate.
You may proceed.
On the 19th of February 2025, I asked the National Commissioner to supply to the Portfolio Committee the names of the police generals, including provincial heads lacking suitable security clearance. Despite assurance from the National Commissioner that this list would be supplied, it was never released. Please see attachment FA2, which contains the minutes of the Portfolio Committee meeting. In the same meeting, February 19th, 2025, I asked the National Commissioner about the lack of media attention relating to case number 111-2024, which deals with an incident where over 100 million rands worth of mandrax was found and no media statement was ever given. The reply from General Labia was that the clandestine lab was under further investigation. The latest status of that same case mentions firearms. It doesn't speak of drugs anymore. Please see attachment F882. If I may be allowed to expand on that before we go any further. Mandrax, 90% of it is probably consumed here on these Cape Flats. It was a drug that was manufactured and brought to the Cape Flats by the nationalists. It was how they subdued our people. So when you tell me that 100, because most of the mandrax addicts are to be found on the Cape Flats. When you tell me that 100 million rand drug bust was effected in KZN, and it doesn't get reported to the media, and we're told that it's under further investigation, it's almost 2 years later, still no media statement. And a few weeks ago, one of our sources tells us that that case number no longer speaks about drugs, it now speaks about firearms, which makes me suspect that that 100 million rands worth of mandrax did find its way to the Cape Flats. These type of things we don't get answers on. This is the type of thing I take very personally.
So just to be clear, in respect of the content of paragraph 17, which also speaks to security clearance issue, there's no evidence again. The fact that you've requested a response from the National Commissioner does not confirm that you were right on your allegation. Do you agree with that?
There's no allegation in paragraph 17, Advocate. I'm asking of the National Commissioner to provide the police portfolio a list of the generals who do not have the suitable clearance. That's all I'm asking. Now, when the National Commissioner commits in portfolio to bring us the list and never does, that should be a question of concern. Remember, about an hour ago, you asked me why I omitted a certain email. Now, trust me, that's going to raise suspicion. Simple email. So when I ask our national commissioner, please bring us a list, including the 9 provincial commissioners, about who's not qualified to sit in that office. That list doesn't come. I'm allowed to be suspicious. And let me paint you a little picture. If you do not have a top level security clearance, you are not allowed to see top level classified documents. You're not allowed to. How can you be a provincial commissioner if you're not allowed to see top classified documentation? How can you dispense a budget if you're not allowed to see top level classification? How do you give directive if you're not allowed to see top level classified documents? How is this possible? Is it a wonder then that all 9 provinces are in trouble with crime? Because we have incompetent and unqualified people running the system. A general comes to this portfolio and says, I'm in possession of top secret documentation. Okay, fine. How does he know? Because we're not allowed to talk about it. Someone told him, but this committee didn't ask him that. But let's move. Sorry, my control issues are stepping in, sorry.
No, Mr. Adams, you are the witness.
No, I'm here to be led. I'm 100% here to be led tonight by a woman of all beautifulness. Welcome to the new South Africa. It's a beautiful thing.
In paragraph 18, Mr. Adams, you raise that, you mentioned that there's an incident where over 100 million rands worth of mandrax was found and no media statement was made. You also say that the reply was, when you asked about it, was that there was an investigation. My question here is, why would it be a problem if the police is reluctant to publish an incident where drugs were found if the reason is that they're busy investigating? Wouldn't it compromise investigations if they make things public?
In my view, and I'm not an investigator, I say it again, if we've just cracked the biggest mandrax hub in the country, I think the SAPs should receive some credit. I think it should make the papers. And when I ask, I think it was 4 months later, I'm told it's under investigation. And that is fine. And then again, we investigate and we are told, reliably told, and I'm asking this committee to look into this, that case number no longer mentions mandrax. The mandrax has been removed of the case. 100 million rands worth of buttons.
What are you trying to suggest?
I think those drugs were stolen.
By who?
By the South African Police Services.
And the National Commission is aware of it and he's condoning it.
Well, he is now. Let's see what he does.
Saying.
Look, if he didn't know, advocate, if he didn't know about it, he knows now. Let's see what he does about it.
Okay.
Let me assist you when SAPS talks about further investigation. Sindiso Magaka was killed 5 years ago. We're still told it's under investigation. So further investigation, when it comes from those people, means absolutely nothing to me.
Okay. You then proceed in paragraph 19 to raise an issue about a property that was purchased in Musgrave, KZN. And you say that crime intelligence purchased the property and they did it without a mandate. Is this the same property, just before you answer, is this the same property that we heard from Mary Dahaz, from Paul O'Sullivan, from Patricia Mashale, from Brown Mkhwanazi? Is this the same property that you now also raise?
I know of 2 properties, so I don't want to speak out of turn. It may be, there's another place called the Feroz Hotel, which they're probably going to shoot me for now because that's, I don't know if it's classified, but it was unlawfully purchased. So crime intelligence has no mandate to purchase property unless Parliament approves it. When that property was purchased, I was a member of this House. I don't remember receiving that memo. They had no right to purchase that property. That is the sole responsibility of the Department of Public Works. That property was purchased using our tax money. And I'll tell this committee why. And Honorable Shongwe, my brother, Wome, I'm willing to bet my seat at this table, in this house, that property is right now, as I sit here, housing the PKTT?
Again, Mr. Adams, I mean, we've heard that, and when Mr. Mkhwanazi came and gave his evidence and also spoke about property that was purchased by crime intelligence, he is not sitting on the police portfolio committee, but he was aware that he's not allowed to make classified or speak of classified information and to make it available. We literally had to redact portions of his statement. But here you are, sitting on the police portfolio committee, familiar with the confidentiality and how these documents should be handled.
Let me assist you with this, ma'am. Please allow me. Crime intelligence has purchased this building. We should assume that it's for the business of crime intelligence. The PKTT is not an arm of crime intelligence. It shouldn't even know where the building is. They're being housed in these hotels. And I am willing to bet that they are being invoiced, that we, the taxpayers, are being invoiced to house the PKTT. They needed a washing machine. This is their washing machine.
Do you have any proof of any of the allegations that you just made?
I've mentioned earlier. Chairperson is a hand. Honorable Nhlanhla wants to object.
Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thanks, Chair. I hear the witness calling a house a washing machine. I don't understand. Maybe if you can elaborate. Are the people staying here washing clothes? Is there clothes there, or there are washing machines there so that people do laundry? Maybe if you can elaborate. We don't understand. How does a house become a washing machine?
You already have a long day and a long night. The statement must just be withdrawn. It does not belong here.
Chairperson, if I may, Chairperson, I'm going to ask that I be treated like every person before me except Mary Das.
Yeah, let's not make it a
No,
point.
Chairperson, please allow me, please.
Let's not make it a point of debate.
No, Chairperson, this is not a debate. This is me appealing for my right to be treated like everyone else. People came to sit in this chair here and they were throwing mud left, right, and center. I'm suggesting that this ad hoc committee investigate what I'm saying. If you're asking me for evidence, I'm telling you, subpoena the records of that hotel. Subpoena the books. It was bought with our tax money. You are Parliament. You have the right to do it. And if you find out that the PKTT was housed there, arrest these people. And if they weren't, bring charges against me. That's how confident I am. Because I'm telling you now, this is money laundering. Can we continue, please, Advocate?
Okay,
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. The witness is raising the issue, but I just wanted to find out quickly. You say the PKTT stay in that hotel, or in that house, or is washing machines?
Yes, Chief, in that washing machine.
I'm sorry?
I can confirm, yes, Chair.
No, what I'm asking is, are you saying, because we want clarity on that, is PKT members staying in that hotel or in that building, or is it the washing machines which are you concerned about?
They are in that hotel and they are running up a laundry bill of 500,000 rand a month while they're living in a hotel. You figure that out because I can't.
Yeah, but what I want to find out, is there anything wrong if they are staying in that hotel?
It's a crime intelligence building, sir. They shouldn't be there. The PKTT is not an arm of crime intelligence. They should not be there.
Yeah, but okay, that's a debate for our conference.
I'm looking forward to that, Honorable Skosana.
Do you want to debate this, honorable members? I can give you time. I don't have a problem with having a long night. It's not sufficient to have a 12-hour day and a 12-hour night. I wish a day could be 14 to 15 hours, and so be the night. Honorable James, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Adams, just help me understand here. I just need clarity. PKTT team, is that not made up of SAPS members who forms part of crime intelligence, who has formed a task team, now brought to Gauteng, operating as counterintelligence to assist with investigations into the drug syndicates and the likes of Mr. Kat Nhlanhla? Because remember, we were told that they were doing so well in KZN. They were brought to Gauteng. Some of the members were then opted into the counterintelligence and were sort of bringing down these criminal syndicates. So those members aren't necessarily from Gauteng. Could it not be that obviously they're staying there? The only problem I would then have is if they are actually staying in a building that's owned by the state crime intelligence and still sort of paying for accommodation. If you can just give me clarity on that.
Yes, thank you, Honorable James. So the PKTT was formed at the behest of the President, and their job is to investigate political killings. They are ordinary SAPS members who have been seconded to form the PKTT. As far as I know, they are not from crime intelligence. They may work with counterintelligence or even with crime intelligence, but they are not crime intelligence. Furthermore, they are staying at the hotel. I'm asking of Parliament, request those books. Let us see what is being charged for the PKTT to stay there. Because that hotel was bought without tax money. I tell you tonight, Honorable James, that if a member of the PKTT is to leave to join intelligence, he's no longer a member of the PKTT, and vice versa. The PKTT has one job, to investigate political killings. Now, let me explain to you how the PKTT does not investigate political killings. We have a Human Rights Commission report that claims that, that finds that Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo failed at his job, which gave rise to the KZN uprisings. 300 and odd people died. Those were politically motivated deaths. The PKTT does not sit with one of those dockets. Instead, it's chasing a drug dealer in Joburg. They don't have the mandate to do that. This is my problem. This should be our problem. And I'm not fighting anybody. I'm saying to you, no, we'll get to that later. Thank you.
Okay, should I proceed?
Osana, are you fine? Can we proceed?
Chair, I hope I will also get a little bit more time because I'm
second.
watching. Oh, okay.
How much more time do you still need, Advocate Mkhwanazi?
No, Chair, I will obviously try to finish as quickly as I could, but maybe an extra 10 to 15 minutes because by the rate we're going.
No. I have given you until 22:30.
Sorry, Chair?
I have given you until 22:30.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Then, Mr. Adams, just to move on, you're making a very, also what I consider a serious statement, given that you are serving on the Police Portfolio Committee. And you say, without giving any detail, in paragraph 20 of your statement, you say, what I can say without any reservation is that the Police Oversight Committee has failed in its mandate and failed the people of South Africa for obvious reasons.
I am a member of the Police Oversight Committee.
Why do you say that?
This is a self-criticism. We could have done better.
In what respect?
For a year, we have allowed General Masimola to sit in that committee, to lie to us, to refuse to answer. We have failed. And there are strong personalities on that committee, like me, like Honorable Skosana, like Honorable Kola Barnard. There's some real bulldogs there, but these people have gotten away with it anyway. I tell you, it's self-reflection. We have failed. Chairperson is a hand.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just want us to, I want to go back again, Chair, that it will be a sweeping statement to say General Masemula does not respond to our question. He does respond. I don't think it's correct for us to say that he comes to the committee, he doesn't want to answer. I don't think it's fair, honorable member. It will be really misleading, because if you go to the Hansard, you'll find that when we ask questions, when we meet them, he might not give us satisfactory answers as perhaps you want, but it would be misleading to say he doesn't answer question, Chair. Just wanted us to be on the same wavelength. Otherwise, we'll be told that we have lied before the Ad Hoc Committee. I don't think it's correct, because it does answer questions. Thank you, Chair.
Taken, Honorable Member. Can we proceed?
Thank you, Chair. Then, Mr. Adams, I'd like to deal with your complaint that you made to the Inspector General. So you say in paragraph 21 that you've lodged a complaint on the 16th of May. On the 16th of May, you emailed the IG, and you, as the complainant in the matter of cases that you've laid, I take it, is this cases that you've laid with the IG? Is it in the norm? Is this normal to go and lay charges with the IG? I think I've asked this before.
I actually don't know what's normal in the line or the way the IG works, ma'am. It was my first interaction with him. I'm referring to myself as the complainant because I had told the IG that these are my complaints and here's the paperwork that I think may back it up. So I'm referring to myself colloquially there.
Okay. So now on page 52, you have attached the email that you've sent to the IG, the 52 of the annexure bundle. You have it.
Thank you.
And you say there, dear IG, could you please tell me what is the status of your investigation into the investigation of the complaint laid against the police generals by Honorable Fadiel Adams? Has the investigation been completed? So here we know now that you've asked the IG to conduct an investigation against is this General Khumalo and them?
General Khumalo, Madondo, and Lushaba.
Okay. And then in paragraph 21 of your statement, you say, the IG confirmed that he has completed his report in relation to the cases that I have opened against the Divisional Commission of Crime Intelligence, and it is now with the Minister. Please see email correspondence. There's a report that the IG has prepared, which is, I think it's considered classified. Does this report, the infamous report of the IG, the now suspended IG, does it deal with, is it on the strength of your complaint that he did the report?
If I read the media, thank you, Advocate. If I read the media reports and the information contained therein, then it does appear. But what you see in the media, you know what, the media is the media. I do believe it relates to the complaints that I made.
Okay, Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Just on clarity, on the annexure bundle, page 52, that the advocate referred to, this is not an email that was sent from Honorable Adams, or is it the wrong, it was sent from Honorable S. Frenchman?
Sorry, he uses that email address. If Honorable Matthys, if you could look at the other emails he sent to the Minister as well, it's the same address and it would be signed Honorable Adams, but this one was written Honorable Frenchman. But more importantly, he also says in his statement that it is his email.
If I may, just some clarity. I seem to have endless problems with this laptop, so it's in at IT for days at any given time. So in certain instances, if I need to send an urgent email, I will use my colleague's a laptop who sits right next in the office right next to me. So in this, and I think one or two other cases, I've said, can I just use your laptop and I'll just forward the email. Sorry, but it is my email, Honorable Matthys. She's very observant.
Honorable Matthias, are you satisfied?
Not really, Honorable Adams, but you even sign it off as Honorable S. Frenchman. And it even says there, it doesn't say, it says here the claims that I laid.
Yes, Honorable Matthias. Remember, the IGI doesn't know who Frenchman is. So I put my name in this, you can understand, so he can understand that it is relating to that. And also the signature at the bottom. It's the way her laptop is set up, that any email sent, that comes up at the bottom, and I didn't want to interfere with that, so I just sent it.
Okay, but you could have just deleted and signed it off.
Well,
It's
I'll
not
do that
a-
next time. Sorry about that.
Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thanks, Chair. I think Honorable Maltese covered part of what I wanted to follow up on. That was the recipient of the email then, which is the suspended IGI, aware that this is the complainant following up on his complaint? Because here it's written, as Honorable Chase is saying, it's written as though that it's someone else who's following up on your behalf, and the details of the email actually are talking about someone else, not you.
May I, Chairperson? The IGI actually called to confirm and replied afterwards via email. I said to him, my laptop is in at IT. I'm not receiving emails. I'm not sending emails, and that was when he responded.
Are you fine, Honorable Member? Honorable Skwasana, I'll come to you, Honorable Sokhanyi.
Chair, a quick one. I think because I sit in that committee, it will be improper not to put things into a correct perspective. It should not be recorded as true that PKTT is just ordinary SAPS members, because it's a combination of officers specializing in various aspects of investigation. With Lieutenant General Kumalo, as you know, serves as a head of crime intelligence, and is a designated project leader of the PKTT. I think let's put that on record. It's not only, there's a lot of people in that PKTT who are specializing in the different aspects. Do you agree, Honorable Member?
No, I do not agree, Honorable Member, and I'll explain to you why. They are all SAPS members, whether they're investigative, whether they're forensics, whether they are all SAPS members, they're all operational team, besides the prosecutors. Furthermore, the head of intelligence can never be the head of a combat unit, because that's where the accountability gets lost. For instance, I can give you, if I'm the head of intelligence, I can give you this intelligence report and tell you, you need to do this.
Yeah,
there has to be objectivity for someone to say, hold on a second, this might not be correct.
No, what I'm saying, what I'm correcting you, in your statement, what you said now, you said that these are not members of the crime intelligence who are in the as a MKT, as a PKT team. So I'm saying to you, there's various members. There's some members from the crime intelligence in the PKTT.
My chief, thank you very much, Honorable Member. If there are members of intelligence there, then that is okay. Maybe that is a good thing. But I'm telling you, there are members that are not of intelligence.
Yeah, but
can I finish, please? That are now being housed in an intelligence building. Now, surely that's against protocol. I'm not going to get into an argument. I'm saying to you that if the building is purchased with the proceeds of crime intelligence monies, with crime intelligence monies, it should be used for crime intelligence only. That's all I'm saying. And if that's the point of debate, then we should have that debate.
Oh, it can't be right, Chair. I think I must correct our honorable member. You can't dictate to the police that if this house is for, it's a SAPS building. Crime intelligence, it doesn't matter. But what I'm saying to you, what I wanted to correct you on that aspect, saying that the PKTT, some members are from crime intelligence. Do you agree?
I'm not disputing that because I don't know the members of the PKTT.
Thank you.
Can I finish? No.
I'm fine.
No. What I'm saying to you, Chief, is if a member is not from crime intelligence, he's not allowed to drive the vehicles, he's not allowed to stay in the accommodation, he's not, do you understand what I'm saying?
I don't really.
Well, then thank you.
I really don't understand.
No,
But thank you. At a later stage.
Let's do this. I don't think that we were correct now to go into the anatomy of the PKTT. No. Let's leave that to the police commissioner. He's coming here. We agreed that we'll call him back. Honorable Sokhanyi. Advocate Mkhwanazi, your time is now extended to 23 hours. Just relax, Honorable Sokhanyi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. No, I was making a follow-up on what has been raised by Honorable Mateus and Honorable Nhlanhla on the issue of Honorable Frenchman making a follow-up, because on page 51, there is a response from the office of the IGI, whereby is saying that to Honorable Frenchman has already responded to Honorable Adams. So I'm saying that two people are inquiring about the investigation. It's Honorable Frenchman and Honorable Adams, by the look of things, looking at the response of the office of the IGI.
What is your comment on that statement?
If I'm understanding what my honorable colleague said, Chairperson, I had a choice. I could either wait for my laptop to be fixed, or I could use my colleague's laptop to send an email. It's really that simple. And sorry, Chair, and I'll even own it that my admin could have been a little bit less sloppy than that, but that's what it is.
Honorable Sokhanyi.
No, I was saying that Honorable Adams must say that also Honorable Frenchman is making up a follow-up on the case he has opened. So he's assisting, if he can say that like that, because it reflects like that in the correspondence, if he can say so, not to say that he was using the laptop of another person. Thank you.
Chairperson, I don't understand what I'm supposed to say. I'm telling you what happened. Honorable Frenchman did not do the follow-up on my behalf. I simply used the laptop. That's what I'm telling you, and that's not going to change.
Honorable Sokhanyi.
Maybe if you can look, for instance, good afternoon, Honorable Frenchman. Thank you for inquiring about this matter and wish to bring the attached correspondence for your attention. And then we kindly responded to Honorable Adams on the 28th of March, 2025, meaning that Honorable Frenchman was inquiring on your behalf. Just say you requested him or her to do that, because here is the response.
Honorable Sokhanyi, then I'd be lying to you. So I've told you, and I've clarified that to the advocate, and I think I've said it to Honorable Nhlanhla, I think. And if anybody else wants me to tell the same story, I'm happy to do that. I use the laptop. That's the full story.
Honorable Sokhanyi.
It's in black and white, Chairperson.
Honorable Adams.
Chairperson.
Is there anything you want to say?
No, Chairperson.
She says it is written in black and white.
Yes, Chairperson. But
Okay.
it's my hands all over the keyboard, and you know what? The simple thing to do is to say, yeah, she sent it for me. I'm telling you what happened, Chairperson.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I almost forgot what I wanted to ask. I wanted to go back to the composition of the task teams. The composition of the task teams, we've heard in previous witness testimonies that it was not necessarily made up of members from crime intelligence, that it was made up of various members with various competencies in these task teams. So for us to assume that the task team solely consisted of members from crime intelligence, and it was wrong and also label them under PKTT, staying illegally in that building, that would almost sort of add to the narrative that PKTT was, how can I put this? That PKTT was involved in criminality. And that was the reason for the minister disbanding the PKTT. Because we've heard several times that the PKTT was only operating in KZN. We've heard previous witnesses such as, I think it was Advocate Batwe, who also assumed that PKTT brought her gadgets. And she was corrected saying that because she saw General Dumisani, she assumed that it was PKTT. So PKTT was not operating in Gauteng. And we have to be clear on that. It was the same members, yes, but they were operating under counterintelligence in Gauteng. Gauteng, I think they call that Gauteng Counterintelligence Task Team.
Thank you, Honorable James. The short response, Honorable James, as this committee perhaps should consider an audit of that hotel and the members of the PKTT. Let's see who's from intelligence, let's see who's from counterintelligence, and let's see who's from SAPS. But what I can tell you, and the more experienced members of the police portfolio would be able to tell you, that non-intelligence members shouldn't come near the equipment, their vehicles, or their buildings. That's not me saying it. That's the policy. Thank you.
Okay. Let me remind you again that General Masemola, the National Police Commissioner, and General Mkhwanazi will be back here next week. Before I allow you to proceed, because your time has been extended by the benevolent chairperson. You are no longer concluding at 22:30, but at 23 hours. Can I check if there is any honorable member who still wants to raise a point before we allow?
Nobody goes on tonight.
Okay.
Can I continue? Chair?
Advocate Mkhwanazi, may we please proceed?
Okay, Mr. Adams, in paragraph 22 of your statement, you deal with your communication with the IG, and you asked the IG whether the complainant was allowed to have a copy of the outcome of the report. And the IG said to you that it's not possible or legal. But we see here in on page 51 of your annexure bundle, you wrote to Honorable Ian Cameron, and I take it it's other members of the Police Portfolio Committee, and you tell them that the report of the IG is supposedly in-depth and complete. What do you know about the report at that time to have made such a statement?
The IG had confirmed that the report had been completed and he sent it to the minister. I asked him if my complaints were were found to be true or untrue. And all he said to me is, Honorable Adams, it is in depth. It is with the minister. It's all I can say. I asked IG, can I have a copy? He said, no. He said, never. It's at this point when I emailed the minister, I said, Minister, you've got the report. Bring it to the portfolio. The minister never even replied. It's at this stage that me being a conspiracy theorist assume that the minister is part of a cover-up because the report is there. If there's nothing in the report, if these people have done nothing, come to the portfolio with the report and say, listen here, Adams, you're barking up the wrong tree. But now you don't reply. What am I supposed to think? Remember, since this whole thing happened, I have been memed, I have been mocked, I have been... I want the truth. If I'm wrong, that's okay. But if I'm vindicated, then let me know. That's all I'm asking.
You do say that you have requested the minister to make the report, to bring the report to Parliament, and that's in paragraph 22 of your statement. And then you go on to say in paragraph 23 that on 26th of June, IDEC arrested General Khumalo and others. So was it on the strength of the outcome of the IG's report that General Khumalo and them were arrested, or is it because of what IDEC has investigated?
I cannot say with certainty, but I'm almost certain that the IDAC would have conducted their own investigation. I don't know if they were working with the IG. I can't say, I don't know if there's communication. But what I do know is that these generals were in actual fact arrested.
And you say you don't know whether IG might have worked with IDEC on this?
I don't even know if he's allowed to.
Okay. Then I think we can move on to the next topic. Mr. Adams, unless if there's anything in relation to that specific topic that you'd like to bring to the attention of the committee?
Yes, please, Advocate. You know, before July the 6th, if Parliament had to vote for a national commissioner, I would have voted for General Mkhwanazi. Because I like his attitude and I like his approach, the no nonsense, we'll shoot first, ask questions later, because South Africans as a whole are gut full of crime. We're tired of drug dealers and murderers, all of us. And this man was striking all the right notes, he was making all the right noise. I was a fan. And then he calls this press conference. And then he mentions members of Parliament and people who are busy protecting cartels and God knows what else. And I go like, whoa. He's talking about, I said to my wife, he's talking about me. And I said, but then I must be the poorest cartel member in the world. And then the general has to come here and produce proof of what he's got to say. And he can't produce an ounce. But the general does make a very, very striking statement, in my view. Well, he makes two. He says that the unlawful appointment or alleged unlawful appointment of someone at crime and intelligence is an HR matter. I disagree. And then he makes another statement. He says that the national commissioner was at the gates of prison when he called this press conference. What nobody in this country asks is, why? Why is he at the gates of prison? What is he alleged to have done? I mean, he's the national commissioner. This press conference had nothing to do with the PKTT. I was in the meeting on the 5th day of March when General Khumalo put forward the disbandment plan for the PKTT. General Mkhwanazi was in that meeting. I remember saying in that meeting that I support the disbandment. No, the meeting before that, sorry. I support the disbandment of the PKTT because I believe that the AGU needs the money more. But then when the press conference is called, when the nation needs to be scared, the disbandment of the PKTT has got something to do with it because the PKTT is apparently protecting South Africa from everything. which is total rubbish. I must put it on the record. Because on the 5th of March, General Kumalo says we've had one politically motivated murder. One. With a budget of 100 million rand for the year. On the Cape Flats, the AGDU deals with 3,000 bodies a year and 7 million rand. So I'm in support of the dissolvement of this waste of money.
Okay.
But then we come here. Oh, wait, before we go there, allow me just a little bit of leeway. I know it's your time, sorry. I cannot believe that I live in a country where murders are classed political killings. So the ordinary man in the street is not entitled to that. I just need to put that on the record.
Okay. Okay, can we now go back to your statement and the content thereof, Mr. Adams? You do deal with the press conference as well. And in relation thereto, you make some allegations that the conference and General Mkhwanazi's statement to this committee would have been dismissed in any civil court, in any civilized country. And you then deal with what you refer to as inconsistencies that he made. And there you mention former Minister Becky Cele as well. You say that General Mkhwanazi made a claim under oath that he would arrest former Minister Becky Cele. And then you say, in spite of admitting to this House that he knew and was asked to join Mr. Cele's wrongdoing, the General does nothing. Are you trying to suggest that General Mkhwanazi is working with former Minister Becky Cele? And what are the charges that he was supposed to have laid against Minister Cele?
No, ma'am. I'm not saying that he's working with Becky Cele.
Okay.
I'm listening to General Mkhwanazi when he was questioned about former Minister Cele. And he says, yes, I know he admires me or something like that. But even he knows that if he's doing something wrong, I will arrest him. He says it. And then minutes, half an hour, whenever later, he said, but when he tried to pull me into his wrongdoings, and I'm quoting this, I distanced myself. Now, when a minister tries to draw you into wrongdoings, why are you not laying a grievance? Why are you not laying a charge? Why is there no email you can present to this House? So it's an inconsistency from where I'm standing. I have my own views on Becky Cele, and they are strong views. But if General Mkhwanazi is aware of any criminality or alleged criminality or wrongdoing by Mr. Becky Cele, why is he not doing something about it? The tough-talking, hard-tackling combatant.
I think the allegation that was made against against former Minister Cele related to a cell phone number which appeared on records that were found on Mr. Nhlanhla's phone, and General Mkhwanazi mistakenly believed that it was General Cele's phone number, which he then subsequently clarified in a supplementary statement. Is there anything else that where he implicated former Minister Cele that he should have laid charges
I think
against?
that will come out further along the line, if we may. I still owe you an explanation about, it will come to me, it will come before we leave here tonight. But what you're asking me now, unless you want me to jump a few pages?
No, it's not a few pages. We're on that. We're on paragraph 25(1), where you deal with allegations that he should have laid charges against it. Now, I've clarified where former Minister Becky Cele's name was mentioned, and it's that phone number. What else did he mention?
What I saw.
Where he should have been arrested.
What I saw, excuse me, advocate, what I saw was I saw a man sitting here saying, yes, I will arrest him. I will arrest him if he's committing anything. He says it. And then he says, when he tried to pull me into his wrongdoings, I distanced myself. I did not see anything about a cell phone. So if I need to retract that part of the statement, I gladly will. I'm not here to tell a lie. That is what I saw. I may not have seen the full thing, but the little bit I saw, it put a serious question mark in my head.
I think we're speaking past each other. I was trying to understand what other wrongdoing other than the cell phone issue did he mention?
No, the general did not expand in the committee. The committee actually didn't interrogate that.
Okay. Then in paragraph 25, You've previously spoke about this, about the uprising thing, 25.2, where you say that intelligence was to blame for the uprising that happened in KZN, and then you say that General Khumalo was to blame for that. He was heading crime intelligence at the time. That uprising happened in 2021.
Yeah.
And General Khumalo assumed office in 2022.
Then I must have my facts wrong and I would apologize to General Khumalo then. But the uprising in KZN was a massive failing of intelligence. Doesn't matter who headed it. I apologize to General Khumalo. I do. But to couple with a failure in intelligence, the operational side of it, it fell apart because the head of the province took leave. Now, I believe that a competent national commissioner would have fired the provincial commissioner for going on leave. Fani Masimola doesn't. And remember, over 300 people died as a result. And again, the PKTT is not investigating any one of those deaths.
Okay, but we've noted that you retract paragraph 25, where you put the blame squarely on General Khumalo.
I do apologize, my information is incorrect.
Okay.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. I just want to get it clear from our witness. The statement which the evidence leader was leading now, is he retracting that's the statement? Apologizing alone, it's different. There's a difference between apologizing and retracting. Are you retracting the
Honorable
statement?
Skosana, I will retract it twice just for your benefit, my brother.
Not for my period. It's not about me, Honorable Member.
Chief, I have retracted and I have apologized.
You are retracting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because apologizing and retracting are not the same, Honorable.
No, I retract and I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's proceed, Advocate Mkhwanazi. I see you still have 53 minutes.
I still have 50 minutes.
You have about 53 minutes to conclude.
Okay, I will try to be quicker, Chair, and I think as Mr. Adams, Honorable Adams was talking, he touched on a lot of the things in the statement, so it should go a bit quicker now. General Adams, in paragraph 26 of your statement, you mentioned that General Mkhwanazi said that you must recommended that you spend time at Portsmouth, and we take it that it's in relation to the fact that you were had classified information which you made public, and you disagree with that because you say that it's not a crime to or rather the policies that regulate classified information does not allow you to cover up crime.
Yes, Advocate, thank you. You know, it's such a stigma for people like me to end up in Portsmouth. But anyway, my opinion is strong. I do believe that General Mkhwanazi is a constitutional delinquent. The man wants me in jail for reporting a crime. He would prefer that I cover up a crime. That's what he's saying. Now, I would refer General Mkhwanazi to the Vuma versus IPID judgment, where it says that you cannot classify crime. And then if you can't read that one, there's a shorter document, it's called the MIS document. It says the same thing. So I'm covered. I'm covered by court rulings and a cabinet document. If General Mkhwanazi feels otherwise, then he must come with documents, man. I'm not here for his opinion. I don't care about his opinion. His opinion of me is very low. And I can tell you it is mirrored by the way I feel about him.
When does the document become a crime? Before or after classification?
You can't classify crime. You can't.
So-
Furthermore, I would like this committee to ask who classified that information. Was it General Khumalo or was it General Masimola? Because you can't classify crime. The High Court has ruled.
Honorable Adams, are you saying that the committee must look at who is the author of that document and asked for it to be classified, or of that information, and who asked for it to be classified, and that should be investigated, and that person should be, charges should be laid against that person because it's a crime.
I would ask this committee to do the best thing in the best interest of the people of South Africa and the South African police services.
Then in paragraph 29, it's a different topic. You deal with the apparent protection of General Mkhwanazi. And again, you're making very serious allegations in relation to the PKTT. And my question is, are you saying that the PKTT has killed minors and injured minors? Your words in paragraph 29 are, I emailed the National Commissioner on the 9th of November 2025 when I asked him to disclose the number of minors killed and injured by the PKTT. You're not asking if they have done it. The way I read your statement is that you're suggesting that they have in fact killed minors and they've injured minors. Where do you get that information?
I am not willing to disclose that source. But what I can tell you is that the National Commissioner still has not replied to that email. I would also have to ask, ma'am, why we skipped paragraph 28. It's a very short paragraph.
We can go to it.
I would expect us
It was
to
not
take
my
that.
intention to intentionally skip information that you want to deal with. 28 deals with accusations that you said General Mkhwanazi made and said that IDOC belongs to an Indian cabal. Do you want to expand on that?
The disappointment of it all is that after being accused of being an Indian cabal, when Advocate Johnson was a Shamila Batoy sits here, and they break down the demographics of the IPER, the only racial group in this country that was underrepresented was again predictably the coloureds. I'm not surprised by this. In the Western Cape, years go by without a single coloured police officer being advanced. Not one. But there was no outrage. I can imagine what would have happened if black people, white people, or Indian people were underrepresented. There'd have been a commission into a commission, but it's just the coloureds. Doesn't really matter. Thank you, Advocate.
Okay. Again, Mr. Adams, I mean, I just want to get clarity on, because it goes on to paragraph 30 where you now actually addressed an email to the Minister Kachalia, and you've asked for information in relation to the PKTT. Where do you have any evidence that the PKTT has killed and injured minors?
I have been reliably told that the PKTT has killed more than 10 minors since its inception. Some accidentally, or maybe all of them accidentally, but still killed. Now you must remember, if you're going out in the dark looking for a violent suspect, anything looks dangerous. I can understand that. But I'm asking for figures. Tell us how many children the PKTT has killed. No response. Maybe you should be asking the National Commissioner when he comes to sit here. Because he can duck me, Advocate, he cannot duck you.
Mr. Adams, in paragraph 30, of your statement, you say that you've requested information, and I've just briefly talked about how you asked the commission about information about the PKTT. And when one looks at the email that you sent to the minister, it appears that you do not have much, you do not believe, and also from the comments you've just made about the PKTT. South Africa, through the allegations made by General Mkhwanazi, and now through the Ad Hoc Committee and the Nhlanhla Commission, has heard some serious allegations being made about drug syndicates and also senior officials of the police. So it appears, one reads your email, that you do not believe that there's any is any merit in any of the allegations made by the PKGT, and in particular in relation to the drug syndicates that are said to operate in South Africa? You don't seem to believe any of that.
Let me put it into context for you, Advocate. A cartel. I look at the Colombians. I look at the Russians, the Bulgarians, maybe even the Moroccans. Those are cartels. Pussycat Nhlanhla is way too small for that job. And when you look at the evidence provided by Lieutenant General Khumalo about the existence of cartels here in this room, you might have Googled it. ChatGPT gives you a better description. There's no evidentiary information. The cartels are here. You'd be stupid to dispute that. But Pussycat Nhlanhla is way too small to be labeled a cartel member or cartel boss rather. But what I think he was, is he was a cash funnel for some very, very powerful people within the South African police services. And if you like, and if you let me, I'll assist you because we're short of time to qualify my statement. If you let me.
It's actually your day, Mr. Adams, and not mine. So you have the floor.
Pussycat Nhlanhla is a criminal. We can agree to this, all of us. I don't think anybody's going to argue that. But he didn't give himself a 300 million rand tender. He didn't. There was a BAC and a BEC. Now, the National Commissioner sat here and he admitted that someone within the IDAC had notified him that this tender might be going to the wrong person. But he says that he contacted General Fani and told General Fani to have a look. General Fani came back and said, no, it all looks above board, but if there's an investigation, we can act. That if cost the South African taxpayer 50 million rand. But the National Commissioner takes no action against General Fani. Pussycat Nhlanhla is a criminal. And they've given him access to the health records of every policeman in the country. One click of the mouse and he'll know who has HIV. One click of the mouse and he knows who's got mental health issues. In this country, people kill themselves before they reveal that status. And they've given this to a criminal. This is treason. Now that we've established that he had no right to get that tender and the National Commissioner may well have known, let's shelf that. He didn't pay himself 50 million rand. This money was authorized by the accounting officer of the SAPS, Mr. Fani Masimola, even if he didn't sign it himself. But then it gets worse than that. SIU makes this discovery, not the South African Police Services. If SIU does not investigate this, Pussycat Nhlanhla is still trading with the SAPS. And in my view, there was never an investigation into CAP. Because if you look at the case docket at his last appearance last month, there's 2 pages in the docket. 2. That's not an investigation, that's a joke.
We know Mr. Mkhwanazi was also investigating him. What do you know about that? Do you believe that he was busy with an investigation?
It's hard to know what to be. I don't know. I'll be very honest with you, Advocate. I don't know. And I'd rather not have an opinion because I so much want to believe so much of what was said here, and there's so much of what was said here that I just can't believe it. That simply can't be true.
You don't believe that he was busy with the investigation?
Can I sit on the fence just this once?
Okay.
Because I hope he was, but he probably wasn't.
Okay. So you're basically saying, and this is in your statement, that the stories that or rather the allegations that are made are theories. The allegations around the syndicates are theories, and that General Khumalo, when he explained the characteristics of syndicates and how they operate, was drawing information from ChatGPT.
If you doubt me, Advocate, just Google it. It's there. He might as well have been quoting you from ChatGPT. This is the whole head of crime intelligence.
I'd like to move on from that and deal with something which you have mentioned quite a number of times, the murder of Cindy Saul. And in your statement, as part of your annexures, you've attached a statement from a person who you say was one of the accused persons, or he's in prison right now. Do you want to just talk about that briefly before I ask you my questions on it?
I just want to tie that into what happens. Patricia Mashali contacted me. This is how I met her. And she asked me to go and meet, if I would meet Bongi Nkosi Dlamini. He was a sergeant in the South African Police Services. So I went to Durban. I went to the Westville prison and I had a long chat with Bongi Nkosi Dlamini. And he was investigating the murder of Mr. Sindiso Mahaka. And this man claims that he was ordered by General Kumalo to arrest the mayor of Durban. And he refused. And weeks later, he was charged with defeating the ends of justice. And he spent 4.5 years in prison without bail, awaiting trial for a non-violent crime. And then he was found guilty by a judge citing case law that doesn't exist in December. No, sorry. I think it was October. He's sentenced, just please don't quote me, October, it might have been September, but I'm saying October. He is sentenced in October. We are now in March. Found guilty in October. We are now in March. He still hasn't been sentenced. Because the minute they sentence him, he can appeal. So they leave this man to rot in jail. When I speak to this man, who I believe is a good policeman, was a good policeman, he says to me, there's someone inside of this prison that you should meet. I say, who? He says it's the murderer, one of the hitmen in the Sindiso Mahaka case. I meet this man. He says to me, he speaks Zulu, he doesn't speak English, so we have to get a translator. I want to tell the truth. I say to him, I can't cut you a deal. He says, I don't want a deal, I want to tell the truth. He says they were paid to kill Mrs. Sindiso Mahaka. He says that they were escorted to and from the scene of the crime by the South African Police Services. Now it's been confirmed that the AK-47, which killed one of our finest, was supplied by crime intelligence. And when General Kumalo sits here, he says, no, the investigation is still ongoing. 4 years later, with a hitman begging to confess. This is crime intelligence for you.
Can I just ask?
I just need to finish, Advocate, because this is a sore point for me. In the attachments is the confession of the hitman. I suggest you read it tonight. But the same name keeps coming up. I can promise you now, if you saw Fadiel Adams at a drug den 5 times, you'd say he was on drugs. You've done more than see a certain general at a drug den more than 5 times. Draw your own inference. I'm not telling you where to go. Thank you, Advocate.
I was just going to direct members to where the statement is. It's on page 83 to 94 of the bundle, and then it has an annexure to it as well. And the statement was deposed by Mr. Sibusiso Malusi Tengwa, and we have a stamp. It's not signed. The date is not signed, put on it by the Commission of Oath, but there's a stamp that indicates that it was deposed on the 26th of November, 2025.
I cannot confirm the date offhand, Advocate. I cannot, but if the stamp is there, then so be it.
Yeah, and the Commission of Oaths has a stamp and it's dated 26 November 2025. So in the statement, in paragraph 19 on page 91, the deponent actually confirms that you did go and visit him, and that you visited him with Mr. Mbanjwa.
Yes, round about right.
No, sorry, with Mr. Nkosi Dlamini, he says I got Mr. Adams in paragraph 19. Mr. Adams got in contact with me with the help of Nkosi Dlamini, as I told Mr. Dlamini.
And conclude the point, Honorable Advocate Mkhwanazi.
Okay. And then you say, sure. As I told Mr. Dlamini of my problem, and he was amongst the first of the investigators, and he is now arrested regarding the same matter. So this is the deponent saying you visited him with Mr. He got in contact with you through Mr. Dlamini, who is now arrested, and Mr. Dlamini was one of the first investigators into this matter.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarity on that. The killer of Siliso Makaka was sentenced for 25 years. Am I right?
He's one of the hitmen. I don't know if he pulled the trigger, sir. He was
No,
part
no,
of
no,
the.
no. I'm saying the killer who killed Comrade Siliso Makaka was sentenced for 25 years.
Yes, sir.
And we are saying he's still waiting to be.
He's waiting to tell the whole truth, sir. He's begging to tell the whole truth. Who paid them? The names of the people who drove them.
So when he was sentenced, when he was the mitigation, he didn't tell what happened.
He didn't tell, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana.
Honorable Sols.
Oh, Chair, I missed the advocate when they were dealing with the sworn affidavit. The documents we have, it stops at page 83, attachment FAA8. The sworn affidavit stops at paragraph 3, and we have nothing else after that, Chair. So we couldn't follow.
Chairperson, just while the advocate is looking for that annexure, can I just go and see someone just to get a tablet for my shoulder, please, man? I want to finish tonight. I'm gonna sit here all night if I have to. I just need some relief, please, man. Thank you.
I Cheng. Okay, so Mr. Honorable Adams, we are now at page 92, paragraph 22 of the statement. If you could just go to the annexure bundle. Do you have the statement in front of you? Do you have the same problem?
I'm almost there.
It's there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Paragraph?
Paragraph 22.
Yes, ma'am.
Paragraphs are oddly numbered. So paragraph 22, but then there's a paragraph just below the first paragraph of 22. And it starts with Advocate Nhlanhla was paid by Fadiel Adams and Mary Haas. They are the ones who ended up assisting me as I had no money left. Mr. Mbanjwa and Advocate Kaba has exhausted all my funds. So you were responsible with Mary Haas to pay for his legal fees.
The gentleman in question had asked me, and I said if I could, I would contribute. And the next thing that I knew, Patricia Mashali called me to tell me that the legal fees had been taken care of. So I didn't have the time or the opportunity to contribute, but I would have certainly have done so. Certainly would have done so. I just didn't. I think that Mr. Haas found someone to pay it. I don't even know if she paid it, but I had made a commitment that when the lawyer needed to be paid, I would certainly contribute. But that just happened before I did.
So this witness lied.
I think he's still under the impression that because I committed to it, that I did.
Ms. Mashale, I think also, as you indicated, has also mentioned that I believe you were also, she also said that you helped, provided financial aid.
I actually didn't. I can tell you off the top of my head that I did not.
So, and I think I've asked this to every witness that seems to mention the other witnesses that have appeared before us. Now, Ms. Mashale and Mary Haas, we know they belong to a WhatsApp group and they appear to have a very close relationship. Are you part of the WhatsApp group? How do you know them?
I have Patricia Mashali on WhatsApp. I do not have Mr. Haas on WhatsApp at the moment. I do intend to add her because I have a new number. I know Patricia Mashali because she reached out to me and she was very supportive of me when I was trying to get this thing going. When she was I don't think I'd be here if it wasn't for Professor Mary Haas. I think I called her. I think we've had about 2 or 3, maybe 3 telephonic discussions, just verifying information and that type of thing. I would, for instance, call her up and say, I called the professor at the time, I probably still will. Professor, do you know anything about, for argument's sake, honorable souls? And she would maybe say, yeah, you know what, you used to do this, that, and the other, but there's nothing serious in there. But I can tell you that Patricia Mashali has like a sister to me.
So the one thing that strikes one heavy when you read your statement is the I don't know what to call it, but a quiet parent. You don't seem to find anything truthful in General Khumalo, and you have a serious. This is actually probably the most appropriate way to put it. You have serious distrust in crime intelligence. Now it seems that it stretches over to the members of the PKTT, the National Commissioner, General Mkhwanazi, all these senior officials. Where did it start? Where did it start? And I ask this because I see, and again, I refer to the other witnesses. There's a number of allegations, very similar in nature, that seems to circulate, and these are all aimed against the PKTT, crime intelligence, and General Mkhwanazi and General Khumalo. When did it start? And where and how did it come about that you all seem to You have the same information and you all appear very eager to make it known and to have these charges pursued, and it seems with not much success. And I tell you why I ask, it's twofold. To first of all understand the relationship in this group and your eagerness and the distrust against crime intelligence, but also if these allegations that you are making and these other witnesses, if there's any merit in it, then I'm asking so that the committee can come to your aid, because it's more than one person that have raised the same allegations over and over again.
I have a serious distrust of generals who lie to the public and to Parliament. I have a serious distrust. So I hope that explains part of that. The PKTT, for me, is a total waste of money. I actually don't care what anybody says. You have a unit, excluding SNTs and overtime and salaries, costing us 100 million a year. I say you could probably double that. Huh? Investigating a handful of murders. And then on the Cape Flats, you got an AGU combating 3,000 murders a year with 7 million rand to spend. Can you see the disparity? And let me be brutal and blatant about it. The PKTT is not investigating a single death that is non-black. And it gets overfunded. And on the Cape Flats, we are losing 3,000 youngsters a year. And the AGU gets underfunded. They put a different premium on a colored life in this country. And I think it's disgusting. So for me, if anybody is going to try and justify the existence of a unit that last year investigated one murder at a cost of 100 million rand, excluding SNTs, excluding overtime, excluding salaries, while we're burying 3-year-olds out here. 3-year-olds. It just doesn't make sense. The PKTT must be disbanded, whether you use the word immediately or not.
So it started with the disbandment. Is that where it all started for you, with the disbandment?
No.
When did it start? Because you in your statement as well, you say that you used to think very highly of General Mkhwanazi. You used to see him as somebody who was a suitable candidate for the post of National Commissioner.
Yes, ma'am.
So where did it start?
For me, it started in portfolio. It started when I picked up on little things, when they're ducking, they're diving, when they're telling little white lies, but you're picking up on it. I just know, man, this is not what it's supposed to be. And trust me when I tell you, it's not personal, but it's fast becoming personal, but it's not personal. It's not meant to be personal.
I think we're nearing the end of your statement, but there is.
Honorable Skosana.
A quick one, Chair. I just wanted to get it clear from our witness. He says that whatever we are thinking about the PKTT, it doesn't care because it has one investigated one murder, 400 million. Am I right if I hear you well?
Yes, you heard me fine.
Is that a fact?
You were in the 5th of March meeting, Honorable
Yes, I
Skosana,
am, yes.
where it was said that they had one politically motivated killing that year. Now, we have 2,999 more murders than that in the Cape Flats, and we're not getting those type of resources. Do you understand that a colored life is worth something too?
No. Remember, there is a unit in Cape Town. You know about that. I'm talking about PKTT now. The other unit will talk about the ones we start questioning you. We are saying to us, 100 million was used to investigate one murder. I'm just asking, is that what we are saying to us?
I'm saying one murder happened for the year.
For a year, one murder.
One politically motivated murder. He said it, not me. General Kumalo said it, not me.
No, we'll come to.
Let me
to that.
quantify it for you. So before that, they had, I think, 50 dockets to conclude.
No, what I wanted to find out, you are saying it's one murder a year. That's just what you said.
I'm not saying it. Lieutenant General Kumalo said it in the 5th of March in portfolio that they had one political murder for the year. One.
But you don't understand what I mean. Remember, I sit in that committee with you. I'm saying here, we are telling us, let's forget about General Kumalo, yourself. We are saying to us that they've spent over 100 million for one murder.
I'm going to say it again. The PKTT's budget, operating budget for the year is 100 million rand. Last year, they had.
No, I know it is. I know.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Last year, they had one politically motivated murder. One. I'm saying there's no way we can justify that. No way. It's impossible.
But let me tell you, it's not true. But we'll come to that.
No, then
That
you need to tell General Kumalo that it's not true, because I didn't make that presentation, sir.
No, I remember we responded to General Kumalo when he was here. And you have to respond to us, because we are the one who's telling us as well. Am I right?
I didn't make that presentation.
But we are
I'm quoting the presentation. So you're arguing with the wrong person, sir. Or would you like me to play the slide?
No, I have.
Thank you.
I have. We will ask you. I just wanted to find out that you remember you are under oath. And Kumalo was under oath. If he liked to us as well, General Kumalo, Lieutenant General Kumalo, he will, for his own sake, he's going to be the one who will be responding to us. Why did he misled this committee? So hence to you, I'm saying to you, you are saying to us, one political killing for 1 year.
For the first
100
time, sir,
million.
yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let's proceed, Advocate. The time that I have allocated for you to conclude.
I will finish. We left with one topic and one extra question before we move on to that topic. Ms. Honorable Adams, paragraph 41 of your statement, you say that Mr. Bonginkosi Dlamini is not the only person or policeman who's being abused by the system. And then you say your personal interaction with General Mkhwanazi was when you texted him about your view in relation to the finding in Major General Khan's disciplinary proceeding.
Yes, Advocate. Like I say, I had great admiration for General Mkhwanazi. And the information that I had, and the information that, like I said, I couldn't confirm it, but it spoke of a police general stopping a heist that was facilitated by policemen of about 700 million rands worth of drugs. And then this policeman who stops the heist gets charged. And they want to dismiss this man using the infamous Section 9 rule. But the policemen facilitating the heist, the ones he caught, they're still at work. They weren't charged. And General Mkhwanazi found General Khan not guilty. And I sent him a text message. I said, well done, General. That was the right thing to do. That's the only interaction I've had with General. And then I think he responded with a thank you. And that was it. I've never contacted him again. And that wasn't done for any other reason except the fact that the man stopped 700 million rands of drugs from hitting our streets, and you want to get rid of him. Like, who makes a call like that? Lieutenant General Kumalo. Now, I'm going to save you some time, Advocate. I want to demonstrate to you how crime intelligence in this country works. They want to get rid of General Theo. They do. They fire the man for losing his service for his pistol. Brilliant. I've got a list here of policemen who lost their service pistols. All of them are still at work. But in crime intelligence, when they want to make your life a misery to get rid of you, they will take your wife's status, or what they assume to be your wife's HIV status, put it on a police letterhead and circulate it. It's in the attachments. This is crime intelligence. If they want to get rid of you, whether they lock you up, whether they defame you, whether they use Section 9, whether they use your family against you, this is what they will do. This, in my view, is how a cartel operates.
Can I just ask in relation to General Khan's disciplinary proceedings? Do they make the information available at the portfolio committee? And I'm asking this because I'm trying to understand would you know the merits of whatever charges were laid against him and that caused the disciplinary proceeding to be instituted against him?
You know,
How do you know the facts?
Advocate, I tell you again, I miss Andre Lincoln. If that man told you this is on, it's on. If he told you that Honorable James is doing that, she's doing that. He told me. That's how I know about the policeman that facilitated the drug heist. Let Kumalo come here and deny it. 6 or 7 policemen facilitated the drug heist. General Khan caught him. He was charged. They were left at work.
Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thanks, Chair. A very quick one. On the police official who lost his service pistol and got fired. Is it not that he got fired not on the basis of losing the pistol, but on the basis of losing the pistol and manufacturing lies of how the pistol was lost? Was he not fired on those bases?
Chief, he was fired using Section 9, not through a DC. That's why it's before the CCMA right now.
The point is, I don't know what section is it, but the point is, was the firing on the basis of losing a service pistol, or was it on the basis of losing a service pistol and make misrepresentations to the police service?
Okay, let me answer it for you this way. There was no DC, so there's no minutes. But I'll answer it for you in another way. Let's say that he was fired for fabricating evidence. General Ushaba was charged with defeating the ends of justice. He's still at work. The officer who laid the charge against him was fired using Section 9. Where's the consistency here?
No, but you don't get my point, Honorable Adams. Leave those examples because it's a complete different issue, that one. I'm saying, you say in your statement, this police official was fired on the basis of losing a service pistol, and other police officials did not get fired on those bases. So I am asking to you, was he fired on the basis of losing the pistol or on the basis of fabricating how the pistol was actually lost?
Can I maybe recommend that you get that man here and he can tell you? Because what I can tell you is if he fabricated information, then he's defeating the...
So
Let
if
me
you
finish.
say,
No,
wait. Wait.
Chair, this is not going to work. Chair, this is not going to work. No, you're doing that. I'm talking. I have the mic, sir.
No. You're a witness here. You're going to behave as a witness.
No.
You're going to behave as a witness.
But you will not intimidate me.
I'm not intimidating you.
Chief,
I'm
I was
asking a question.
Chairperson, he cannot ask me a question and not allow me to answer.
And Honorable Adams.
Chairperson, he's going to behave as a witness.
Yeah.
He's not going to determine how we vote.
Honorable member.
Just one moment. Let's do like this. Can you look at each other?
No. I won't look at anyone.
No, Chair, there's no love to be made here. I was answering his question, and the next thing I know is down my throat.
Chair.
If he's not going to allow me to answer the question, then he shouldn't ask me anything.
Chair, have you not recognized me?
I have not said any of you must speak.
Have you not recognized me?
I have not said any of you must speak. I'm calming you. Can you look at each other?
No, Chair, I'm not going to look at him.
Chair, can I proceed?
Honorable Adams and Honorable...
He cannot proceed. I was talking. He cannot proceed.
Honorable Adams...
Chair, we're not going to be dictated by a witness when...
And I will not be bullied.
It won't happen.
Honorable Nhlanhla,
It won't happen, Chair.
Honorable Adams. If you can't look at each other...
I'm not going to look at him, Chair. I'm not going to.
May you please look at me?
I look at you, Chair. You're a good-looking man.
No, I have not said any one of you must speak. I'm saying look at me. Look at me, honorable members. We have started these proceedings on a good note. And whatever time this morning when we conclude, we must conclude on a good note. You know, last week, just last week, it's not even a week because Thursday is only tomorrow. We had a witness who stood up in the proceedings and left. And when he left, the chair kept on calling the witness for his attention. And the witness never dared to look at the chairperson. And so now, when I call you by names, and you can't listen to me when I call you, I become scared that you may want to do the same things that we saw happening last week. Can you please listen to me, honorable members? Yes. If let me start by saying this to you, Honorable Adams, because I have been observing. When members ask you questions, you say to them, call that person to come and respond. If you made that statement in your affidavit, or if you make a statement in your affidavit and you are unable to substantiate it, then that part must be withdrawn because you can't make a statement and when members ask you a question, you say you must call that person to come and respond to these things. I don't think it's going to help us in these proceedings. What we request from you is that you give us honest answers. If you are unable to respond to a question, you can just indicate that I do not have an answer to that question, because if members ask you questions based on your statement and you refer them to another witness or another person who may not even be a witness, it's like an exchange of banter. So let's not take that route. And then Honorable Nhlanhla, Honorable Adams is not the first witness to appear before you. There are many other witnesses that have appeared before you. And we have not seen the side that you want to show us today. Can we please persuade you to maintain your calm and ask the witness the questions that you want to ask him? Thank you so much. You can proceed.
Thanks, Chair.
My hand is up. Chair.
Chair, we have
Chair,
always.
my hand is up.
Yeah, he's still asking questions.
No,
You will come. We'll come after you.
No, it's not a question, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, I think on issues of discipline, we must not be neutral. What the witness is doing to Honorable Nhlanhla is completely wrong, Chair. And he's not doing it for the first time to Honorable Nhlanhla. We've been observing, we're quiet observing here. And that behavior, the attitude, he has no decorum. He has done it with Honorable Skosana. A person who asks a question, Chair, has a right to stop a witness when he feels that the question has been adequately responded to. Now, Honorable Nhlanhla is trying to stop him, and he insists on continuing, despite being told that, no, we have responded to a question, stop, I want to ask another question. So that behavior is wrong. He's doing it with our honorable members, and I'm afraid if you do not reprimand him, he will do it with us as well. And things are going to turn ugly because some of us are not going to tolerate that behavior. So he must be reprimanded, Chairperson, without being neutral. There's no need for being neutral. The witness is wrong. And what he is doing is not an honorable member before us now.
He's a witness and he must behave as such. Thank you.
Yeah. What I'm saying to yourselves is that no matter how justified you may be, that does not take the politeness away from yourselves. It depends on how you address the witness. If you dignify the witness with the manner in which you address him or her, that is what is going to help us to move the proceedings faster. So honorable members, we do not have to use the authority of our institution to tremble on other persons. We are a committee of parliament. Every witness that comes before us, no matter how wrong the witness may be, we are leadership. We must prevail. Honorable Adams, I want to request you to restrain yourself from doing the things that honorable members say they have observed on your part. I want us to have peaceful proceedings. At the end of these proceedings, you will still be with us in the National Assembly. You are going to be with us in the buses that take us to Parliament every day. So we don't have to conduct ourselves as if we don't know each other. We know each other very well. We've been working here since the last elections. Let's make this committee work. Let's make this committee succeed. You can proceed, Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we have always adopted the modus operandi in all the witnesses. I want to list all of them who would have tried to get and tried to design or redesign how we conduct the proceedings, and we would have spoken against such kind, and it won't start tonight. That will be told by the witness how and where, when must we conduct the proceedings. The issue, Chair, here in contention, Honorable Adams makes an allegation in his statement that there is a police official that was fired due to losing a service pistol, when other police officials who lost service pistols were not actually fired in the service. So the question we asked following that was that the basis of the firing, was it on the losing of the service pistol or of the fabrication of the evidence thereof? Now, the end response from the witness was that maybe we should call that particular person and ask me. But it can't be acceptable because it's an allegation he made in his statement. Then he must be able to justify what he is alleging in his statement. If he has no further knowledge, he can say so. So that when we assess the evidence that has been tabled before this committee, we are able to trace and say, there is no justification in this kind of an allegation. So we're not definitely, Chair, not going to take the response that we must call that other person when the person who's actually making the allegation is here in front of us. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Honorable Adams, do you have a response to the question that has been?
Of course, you may, benevolent Chair. Chairperson, I've put it in my statement that General Theo was fired for losing his firearm. That's the information before me. I've supplied the committee. I'm going to supply the committee with a list of other policemen who've done the same thing. The member asked a very valid question. I attempt to answer. The member doesn't like the answer. I say to them, maybe. You heard him say, maybe. I'm not telling this committee what to do. Maybe, because all the facts would be with the person affected. Next thing I know, the member's down my throat. Next thing I know, people are complaining about my behavior. I didn't come here to be like chairperson. I'm almost through. I've been polite to everybody inside here. People are using the advocate's time, right? And getting upset when I give an answer. You can get upset on your own time. That's okay. Honorable Susana asked me the same question 5 times.
Yeah,
I answered him 5 times. Listen, understand, chairperson. I'm trying to work with everybody here. Now, if people are going to get upset because of nitty-gritty things, we're never going to get through this.
You must not be impatient with them. Our work is to probe. And when
100%, Chair, and I'm here to be probed, chairperson.
yes, we can ask you one question in many ways. We are probing. Advocate Mkhwanazi, I have given you an extension by 30 minutes.
Chair, I just need 5 minutes, actually. Or rather,
Okay, just wait. Honorable Skhosana, let's hand this up.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to.
No, you are protected by the chairperson.
Yeah.
It's me who has.
No, I'm listening to you. Yeah, it's fine. Because I don't want to have gestures. And because, you know, if there's gestures, I get distracted. What I wanted to find out, a quick one, you spoke about.
Chairperson, excuse me, Honorable Skhosana. Can you just repeat what you said?
No, I'm still going to ask. I just kept quiet because there are some people talking. So what I'm saying, Chair, I wanted to find out from the honorable member. You spoke about Lincoln because I don't want to mix the two. I think you're talking about Comrade Lincoln, who was the general here. Is it the same general who joined your party, NCC?
Yes, General Andre Lincoln.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the one who was your member.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's proceed.
I'm sorry, Chairperson. I lost something about distracted from Honorable Skhosana, so I'm still confused. That's what I asked him to repeat.
No, when I recognized him to speak, there were mamas around him. So, so that's why he did not look at you. He was also disoriented. He was looking around to hear where those mamas were coming
Oh,
from.
my apologies, Chairperson.
That's why I said, no, you must speak because I have recognized you as the
No, I was just scared I wasn't answering his question in full. That's why I asked him to repeat. Sorry, apologies.
Okay. Advocate Mkhwanazi.
thank you, Chair. Mr. Adams, we are dealing with, I believe, the final topic in your statement on page, it starts on page 14. It's the defamation.
If you can please make sure that you conclude that topic in 30 minutes, I think
Yeah, Chair,
it will save our time.
Yeah, I think it might even take less. It really also depends on Honorable Adams because this might be a topic that he feels strongly about, and I think I want to give him an opportunity to speak on it, a fair opportunity to speak on it. And, Honorable Adams, under this topic, you make allegations that General Mkhwanazi lied under oath. And when he made aspersions on every member of the bench, politicians, and the judiciary. You also say that he made defamation, or rather he defamed you and Minister Mkhunu and Honorable Kona Barnett. Do you want to just elaborate on that?
The general at the press conference alluded to politicians that were protecting the cartels. He only named 3 politicians. It was myself, Honorable Kola Barnard, and a suspended Minister Mkhunu. I can't stretch my imagination far enough to imagine any one of the 3 of us being involved with cartels. So the general lied. The general also defamed the entire judiciary by claiming judges were involved, but he didn't produce a name. There's a question mark over every judge in this country right now because General Mkhwanazi said so.
your version that General Mkhwanazi actually said that yourself, Honorable Corner Barnett, and Minister Mkhunu are part of a cartel. Is that,
No,
he did not say that.
no. He said that there are politicians that are part of the cartels or protecting the cartels. But when he came to this house, he only spoke about Honorable Kola Barnett, myself, and the minister. He didn't mention anyone else. But he doesn't have the evidence or the balls to say, Adams, you are connected to a cartel. Listen to how I say it to you. General Mkhwanazi lied. I have the evidence and the balls to say it.
What is that evidence of his
It's right
lies?
before you. He said that the judiciary was implicated. He sat here. When he was asked to name the judges, he couldn't. He lied.
So when you say the evidence, it means your statement.
No, ma'am, his words, not mine. He said he will name them at the right place. This was the right place. He lied.
And then you also speak about the charges that you laid at IDEC. Now, there was an internal investigation, which we've learned that the National Commissioner commissioned into the allegation, or rather the charges that were made by IDEC against General Kumalo and General Lushaba. And I take it the purpose of the allegation of the investigation was to see if there was any wrongdoing on their part. You speak about this in paragraph 47 and 48 of your statement, and it appears that you were not happy with the outcome of that investigation. Do you suggest it was irregular?
I couldn't be happy with the outcome of that investigation because the provincial commissioner of the Western Cape ruled that these people had done nothing without seeing any evidence. Now, if indeed I had to hand him the evidence, General Patekile doesn't have a security clearance. He couldn't have handled that evidence. Do you understand what is wrong here? Furthermore, I contacted General Patekile in the heat of all of this a few months ago. I called him, I said, General, I can take care of my own security. I just need a threat and risk assessment done. I need to know where the blind spots are. You tell me where to look, my people will look at it. 4 days later, I WhatsApped him. I said, General, this is an urgent thing. Or you're waiting for me to get killed or something like that. The next day, I got a phone call. I declined it immediately. I don't trust the SAPs. Understand this. Witnesses are getting killed. I asked the provincial commissioner in the Western Cape, the same provincial commissioner that finds these people not guilty, do a TRA for me, please. He doesn't.
Mr. Adams, so what are you telling South Africans?
I'm telling
As a member of the Portfolio Committee on Police, are you telling South Africans that they shouldn't dare try to approach SAPS or put their trust and faith in SAPS when they want to get some sort of assistance or intervention, or when their safety is under threat, that SAPS is not the go-to?
Babita Diokaran said so. She's dead. Sandisa Mahaka said so. He's dead. General Kumalo sat here and told you that 90% of the South African police services in Gauteng is corrupt. What do you want me to tell South Africa? He told us that 90% of Gauteng SAPS is corrupt. I don't know how we arrived at that conclusion, but do you know what he's done to the morale of the Gauteng SAPS? Now, do you people understand that these are people that just don't care? They'll say anything to save their own skins.
We don't see any evidence of any of these serious allegations that you've made.
The WhatsApp chat between myself and General Patekile, I can send to this committee.
But what would that tell us?
That would tell you that I asked for a TRA from the commissioner of this province and that he dilly-dallied, and I almost got the impression that I was being left out, that I was being hung out to dry. That's the impression I got. Now, if you doubt what I'm saying to you, there's a commission report out in the Western Cape that the top management of the South African Police Services is working with a numbers gang. It's a finding. It's not me saying it. Do you understand why we don't trust the SAPs? Do you understand why I ducked these people. Do you understand why my dockets got missing now?
Did it implicate the people that you've mentioned here? You've mentioned the
I-
National Commissioner, you've mentioned General Kumalo and Mkhwanazi. Are you implicating them?
It actually doesn't implicate the three of them. I'm talking about the top management of the Western Cape subs. Now, I've not seen the report because the Premier has yet to release it. But I know for a fact that it does implicate some of the very top management of the South African Police Service, Western Cape.
Honorable Adams, is there anything else that you'd like to add before we hand over to the members?
You know, ma'am, there's such a lot I want to say, but I can see tired minds here. And because I'm actually looking forward to the cross questioning, I'm going to say nothing for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes the reading of evidence.
Kosana.
Clarity seeking question, Chair. He says that General Mkhwanazi lied about the judges, and I think General Mkhwanazi spoke about the judiciary. We as politicians here, in particular, about me, I've spoken about judges and I even named some of them on bail as we speak. As we speak here, they are on bail. So even if he said judges, some of the judges are alleged that they are busy with corruption. I mean, that would be tested as well. For you to say he lied, and he never spoken about judges, said the judiciary. You can go back again. But thank you. I just wanted that clarity to say that when you say he lied, because we are not finished as yet. We'll have our finding, a report to Parliament.
Honorable Susana.
Yes.
If I had made that statement, you would have asked for names. If I failed to provide names, you would have thought I was lying. I'm asking for consistency, like I did in the case of General Theo. That's all I'm asking for. Treat every witness the same, treat all evidence the same. Then South Africa wins. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Advocate Mkhwanazi. Thank you so much, Honorable Adams, for the evidence that has been presented before the committee. We have now reached a stage where members must be allocated an opportunity to ask the witness questions. Can I check members who want to ask questions? Those who want to ask questions must raise their hands. I see, wait.
Point of clarity, Chair.
No, wait.
Point of clarity.
Yes.
Who wants to ask question tonight or
Yes.
even tomorrow?
Yes, we're taking questions now.
Oh, okay.
Yes, can I check members who want to ask questions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Honorable James, your hand is not up. I assume that we are not going to be triggered.
No, I'll go tomorrow, Chair, because there are certain things that I need to verify.
Yeah.
There are certain things that I need to verify before I can ask my questions.
No, tomorrow we have Mr. Paulo Sullivan and Miss Sarah Jane Trent. Mr. Adams will not come back again because we are finishing tonight. Can I see how much time you need per speaker? Honorable Sangoni, how much time do you need?
15 minutes, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Nola.
15 minutes, Chair. ANC speaks in one voice, late at night.
20 minutes, Chair.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Chair, you called my name?
Yes.
20 minutes.
You need 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just only adding 5 for my round.
Honorable Nomvalo.
15, all of us.
For the MKP.
MKP.
Okay. The DA.
No, not combined, Chair. I'm sorry,
Yes.
15.
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah.
The DA.
Sorry, 20 for me, Chair, and 15 for my colleague.
Thank you.
20 minutes for you and 15 for Honorable Tlhopha. The EFF,
Teacher,
eh,
30 minutes, Chair.
30 minutes. Okay. The IFP,
30.
30 minutes. Okay. The PA,
Take a guess, Chair. Take a guess, Chair.
you need 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Honorable James,
20 minutes, Chair.
20 minutes. Honorable Vessels,
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Can we start, Honorable Sangwan?
Chairperson, just before my honorable leader starts, can I just go to the bathroom just to wash my face, please? When I'm really hurting, I'll be back in 5. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I have not opened for discussions. One is that on the table where I'm sitting, there is no decision that we are not concluding with Mr. Adams tonight. Let me see if it is still tonight. Yeah, it is still tonight. There is no decision. The committee members have agreed during the day that the only witness that we are releasing was Mr. Chet. And then we are proceeding with 2 witnesses. And so far in the proceedings, I have not heard any complaint from Mr. Adams. The last complaint that I recorded here was from Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. That is the last complaint in my records. Mr. Adams has never complained that he's not in a position to proceed. He has never raised that matter. And even members of the public, when we sit here, if the microphone is not working well, they will send us feedback to say, please check your microphones. So far, there is no record of any member of the public saying we've been watching you the whole day. We think now
on the chat,
now
they
is the
are.
time.
People are saying that it's late. When are we concluding? They want to
Can
go
you
to
just
bed.
read one message? Because we were a committee.
Let me try and find it.
We're not a committee of facts, we're a committee of evidence.
My hand is still up.
No, I'm going to, we're not a committee of facts, we're a committee of evidence. Honorable James, read.
I am looking for it, Chair. I saw it. I kid you not. People were saying, I can't believe I'm making food this time. I'm going to bed. It's late. I was reading those messages.
Yeah, no, read it before us here. Both of you, either yourself or Honorable Nomvalo, whoever gets the message first.
You can't get the message, we're sleeping, Chair. Everybody's sleeping. We don't have an audience now.
Chairman, I can sponsor a message from Lonwabo Bam who says there's no sound on 408 Asiniva Emakai.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got one message from Freddie saying it's late, Chair, and tomorrow we have something to do.
Okay.
Yeah, we go. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, there is one message which
Yeah.
says we're working, it's late.
Yes.
I speak on behalf of South Africa. And this one is addressed to the chairperson to say, Chairperson, please, we want to sleep. Okay, let me check with the witness first. Honorable Adams, do you have any problem with us proceeding?
Until 3 o'clock.
Chairperson, I'm hurting, but let's finish this. This is our opportunity to show South Africa how dedicated we as parliamentarians are. Why would we want to burn this opportunity, Chairperson? I'm hurting, I'm not lying to you.
You are ready that we can proceed?
Chairperson, I want to finish this. Let's do this.
Okay.
Besides, why would I want to give them time to regroup?
Yeah. The witness is saying that he wants to have this done and dusted. Honorable Skosana.
Chair, when we started, you remember what I said? We had 3 witnesses. I've said it earlier. So I'm saying chickens are coming home to roost. Thank you.
What does that mean? Because if you
It means that I've told you so.
if you speak in
I've told you so.
if you speak
That
in-
we're
in-
gonna finish at 3 or 4. That's what I said earlier. Let's do it.
That's exactly
Thank you.
what I said when we started with honorable members. Listen. We need to reconcile ourselves to the reality of the situation we face. I warned you about the hours that you are going to need. When Advocate Mashugu was still here, that we are going to finish with Advocate Mashugu around 7 o'clock. And you are going to need 5 hours with Honorable Adams, and you are going to need 5 hours with Mr. Chetty. And then the committee said, no, let's release Mr. Chetty and continue with Mr. Adams. He is here, the engine is roaring. He says, no, no, no. Where I stand is like I'm starting the trip now. Let's get onto the road. Honorable Sol.
Chair, we will end up spending time until 3 discussing the issue. Be decisive, Chair. Make a ruling. Let's go.
Yes, the first speaker from the African National Congress is Honorable Sangon.
Chair, since we have not heard you make a ruling, I thought you were rotating the matter for guidance. Honorable Skosana speaks about what people said, and if I could just remind Chair of what our proposal had been, was that we finish with Advocate Mashugu, we then take Honorable Adams' evidence, and we come back and we discuss or we engage him tomorrow. That was our proposal. Now, Chairperson, if when you make a ruling, because I'm assuming you have not yet made a ruling, if when you make a ruling, there's a possibility of members engaging tomorrow, the African National Congress would prefer to engage tomorrow. We share the sentiments that have been raised with other members about it being late and the fact that we would be rushing through it, and we would not be doing justice to the issues that we need to canvass with Honorable Adams. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, Chair, we've advanced all our reasons. Unless we're going to pay overtime to all these workers who are here, we can stay. But if we don't have that money, let's go home and come back tomorrow. But two, we're tired, Chair. We've been here since morning and we're expected to wake up tomorrow. So we don't want to do a tick box exercise. We want to do an effective exercise here. Let's not rush to finish. Let's rush to be impactful on our work. Thank you.
The Democratic Alliance has not spoken.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would be very shocked if there was anyone in this room who hasn't pulled an all-nighter. There's absolutely no reason. The witness is here. He's willing to speak. We're here. We've all agreed on the time we're prepared to use. So we've now wasted nearly an hour deciding whether we should decide this or not. I mean, it's a complete waste of time. Let's just do this thing and get it over and done with. I can't help it if there are people who say they're tired. Really, stand up and walk around the room. That's all it takes. Thank you.
You have not spoken, Bangazita.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will go along with the proposal that we actually do the questioning of the witness at some other time, not tonight. We are tired, and the public out there is actually also no longer listening to what we are actually saying, because we are not doing this only for ourselves, but we need to actually give the South African public the reason to continue trusting our criminal justice system. Thank you.
Honorable members, none of you must say that we agreed that we were going to do the question in some other time. There is no agreement like that. The agreement that we have is on 2 witnesses. That is Advocate Mashugu and Honorable Adams.
I will die with my boots on.
So listen here. I'm now exercising my benevolence as the chairperson. This is what we were supposed to have said. Chair, just exercise your benevolence. I'm exercising my benevolence, and this benevolence is informed by the following. That tomorrow we are having two witnesses, and we are likely to finish around this time tomorrow. And there is no space for Honorable Adams tomorrow. The witnesses that are coming tomorrow are witnesses like Honorable Adams who need sufficient time with the committee. And so we will look for a date, Honorable Adams. Number two is that normally after a witness has presented, we take a break and members have time during the break to go through the notes and prepare their questions. So now it will be like eating hot cakes right from the pan, which may not be good for the members. And out of those considerations, but also that the witness that appeared here before you had a voluminous statement which would have exhausted the members. We may not apply ourselves desirably on your statement if we were going to try and push to conclude everything tonight. What gives me comfort to exercise this benevolence is that when we talk to you, you show your commitment to be with the committee. There is nothing that scares us that you can stand up anytime and walk away. So we want to thank you so much for the time that you created, but also apologize that even when you showed intention to continue, members are exhausted and it may not be possible, it may not be fruitful if we insist on going ahead. Honorable members, we have received an apology from Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. We have circulated the apology with yourselves. You must go and read it tonight. He is apologizing for what happened during the proceedings last week. So he will be here with us tomorrow. He will be the first witness, followed by Ms. Sarah Gentren. This is what is going to happen tomorrow. We are going to start with you tomorrow, the African National Congress, followed by the MKP, the DA, the EFF, the IFP, the PA, the FF Plus, and Action SA. That's what is going to happen tomorrow. When you come here, you must come here knowing that you are going to be allocated time. And once your time expires, you will no longer have any other opportunity to engage with the first witness. And then once we are done, we will then take the evidence of Ms. Sarah Jane Trent, and then thereafter we break, and then we run until we finish. So what it means is that from 10 o'clock tomorrow. Because with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, we are not taking any evidence. He is still under oath. From 10 o'clock tomorrow, the first speaker must be ready so that we excel on the management of time. Honorable Kolabanat.
You could just, perhaps you could just clarify for me. As I recall, Mr. O'Sullivan we'd done the questions and the evidence leader had said that she had a few more questions to ask.
Yeah.
And I think she asked two. She said, I have a few more, too late, he left.
Yeah.
Is it not just those questions that need answers?
No, no,
Or
no.
are you now reopening the entire
What
questioning?
I'm saying is that I am giving all of you an opportunity. If any one of you does, if you don't have questions, it means you will not participate. You will wait for Ms. Sarah Jane Trent. If you have questions, we will start like this and check those who want to speak and allocate them time. And then we conclude, allow the chairperson of the committee to ask questions and the evidence leaders. And then we conclude the process with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And then we break, we come back, we take Ms. Sarah Jane Trent. And then after the presentation of evidence, we break, we come back, we take questions, which will run until this time tomorrow. So if you get a warning that it may be called, bring your jackets. And if you suspect that you may be hungry, get your provisions so that we don't run into difficulties. Yeah, and those South Africans who have returned to us, if you are able to respond, please advise them that tomorrow may be longer. And they can prepare themselves to be with us until the time we finish. Members of the media, this is specifically to you. Tomorrow we are starting at 10 o'clock. The venue is S12 and S12A, NCOP building. It's not the site. It is that site. It is not this site. It is that site. Yeah. Yes, and the last thing is that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has said that the document that we are circulating with you has confidential personal information, that it is meant for the eyes of the committee members only. So, look, honorable member, it is not me who requested that the meeting must come to an end. Because it is you, I'm going to request you to stand up and leave the chambers.
Chair, which document are you talking about? There's no document there.
Responder 19.
Ramano, there's no document there.